を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Malakas, Pilipinas malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
MPL Arena! Welcome to the MPL Arena once again. My name is Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin at mukhang hindi lamang mga players ang handa sa bakbakan. Maging kayo rin ay ready tumanggap ng S-Rank missions.
Lalong-lalo na dahil ang misyon para sa araw na ito ay mag-synchronous spin. Siguro naririnig nila dati yung mga synchronous class. Gagawin natin, magsispin tayo ng sabay-sabay kaya buksan nyo na yung ML account nyo sa phone nyo. Lahat ng nandito sa MPL Arena, I actually request you to do the same kung may diamonds tayo and everybody else is hoping that they can do it. Pwede nyo nang gawin yan ngayon because the Naruto skins are available. So I assume na ready na yun nandyan sa kanilang mga tahanan dito sa MPL Arena. Handa na rin siguro kasama natin actually sina Cams, Lux, and Doc Jin ang ating mga KOLs and content creators. Kasi parang gusto nila dito rin sila makakuha ng skin.
Oo, tama ka dyan. At hindi lamang sila ang ating mga makakasama. Pari na rin ang ating mga super fans. Ready na ba kayong lahat?
Feeling ko ready na sila. So when I say, on the count of 3, we spin. Alright, let's do it. In 1, 2, 3, spin! There we have it. Pinapakita na sila isa-isa kung ano mga nakukuha nila. Wala pa. Feel ko ulit pa eh.
More!
Feel ko ulit pa eh. Ano to? Nabubuo
Isa
na.
pa.
Nabubuo na. So ladies and gentlemen, hindi pa naman kasi dyan natatapos eh. Marami pang, eto skinip
Ay,
niya na
ang
yung
dami
ads.
ang dami
Skinip
niyang
niya na yung
pang-spin.
ads. Ilan na yan? Pabuo na, malapit na. Feeling ko pwede na eh. Feeling ko, ay gusto niya yata
Let's go!
isang bigaya na. Feeling ko, grabe naman. Wala ba kami dyan? Pwede ba kami dyan? Ang tindi ni Lux. Oh my G, ano may lalaban ba?
Si Mima!
Ay, eto. Si Mima ba yan o si Naruto?
Ay!
Ay, nabubuo na. Ang dami ng mga
Kinakabahan na ako,
token.
Hans.
Ang dami ng mga token, hindi ko alam kung ano yung nangyayari. Okay. Ito na ba yun? Ito na ba yun? Ayan, may mag-unlock na. Pipindutin mo na ba? Ito na ba yun?
Eto na ata yun, Hans.
3, 2, 1.
Wow!
Grabe ka, Jeric, na-unlock mo yung katabi mo. Piruin mo yun. At as of this moment, this is just a really good time. Dahil iniisa-isa na natin, may Naruto na, may Sakura pa. Naku, Odin, nasan kaya yung Kakashi tsaka yung Sasuke?
Sino kaya ang mahanap natin sa ating mga super fans?
Ay!
Mukhang kukumpletuhin niya lahat, Hans.
Ayan na naman! Kakashi, Lux, kukumpletuhin mo na ba? Ikaw na ba ang kukumpleto? Grabe naman yung mga effects, yung Hayabusa. Feel ko makikita natin yung mamaya.
Mamaya, excited ako makita yan sa loob
Ay!
ng Land of Dawn.
Grabe kahit sa likod, Odin. Meron din. Okay lang. Ang mahalaga nakuha mo. Si Naruto na naman. Kukunin niya yung sarili niya. Ay, wait, sino to? Ay, yung Team Liquid! Anong kinuha ni Carl? Si Carl ba to? Mukhang si Carl nga. Sabi niya ay, hindi! Si Sanford! Okay, ano to?
Sino kaya ang una makakakuha sa kanila, Hans?
Hindi ko nga alam eh. Paunahan. Kung sinong mahuling makakuha ng skin, magpapakalbo. Kung sinong
Parang iba ata
mahuling
yun eh.
makakuha ng skin, TLPH, magpapakalbo ha. Nako, yan na. Naging
Kinakabahan
competitive na
na
sila
sila
lalo.
ngayon.
Nako, si JP, ayaw pa naman pakalbo ni JP. Kailangan na, bitawan na to. Focus na talaga lahat. Ay! Kukunin mo na, G!
Sanji, ikaw na to.
Kukunin mo na eh. Ayan na. Sanji, Mark, safe. Kamusta kaya yung TNC, no? Ano kaya nangyayari sa TNC? Okay pa kaya sila? Sanji, kung ayan na. Akala nyo kayo
Meron din
lang.
sila.
Ano kayo mga kukunin? Ikaw, Odin, kung ano kukunin mo dito? Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke o Kakashi?
Siyempre si Sakura. O kaya yung libre.
O sige, tama ka. Mas maganda kasi pag libre. Ay, sino to? Sanford! Grabe, nakakadalawang Sasuke na. Ang TLPH, ano ba to? Best of 5? Best of 7? Ganon? rekta ba tayo? Kaya guys, para sa lahat ng mga manonood natin today, eto na, meron
din ang
pang
ating
isa.
superfan.
Shoutout sa'yo, kuya. Nakita na. Akala ko kasi mysterious man siya kasi hindi kita yung mata niya. Pero eto na. Ang TNC, iniisa-isa na rin nila as of this moment.
Marami silang pang-spin
Ayan na yung
at nakuha na ni
Naruto.
Naruto.
Shoutout sa'yo, ate. Congratulations. Ikaw na naman ang isa sa mga napaaga ang schedule. Ando din si Sakura sa likod, oh. Ayun, oh.
Live action pala.
Oo,
Si Sakura.
everybody came to cosplay today. Ayan na yung Naruto. Nakuha na ni Dreamer TC. Okay, pasado ka na, Mar. Tapos si Benny Cutie, kumuha pa nung Sasuke. Pasado ka na rin, Benny. Sino tong kumuha ng Naruto? Ay, si Saida. Ayan na. Nagpaula na ng skins ang sambayan ng Pilipino. Sinimulan pa lang ng TNC tsaka sinimulan pa lang ng TLPH. Kahit nga yung ating mga content creators na sina Camps, Lux, and Docjin, guys, go ahead and follow them on all of their social media pages. Pero ibang klase yun, Odin. Pinagpawisan ako sa dami ng nakita akong skins na nakuha ng mga tao today.
Excited din ako kung ano rin makukuha mo mamaya, Hans. At maraming salamat sa ating mga content creators na sina Camps, Lux, and Docjin, maging sa ating mga super fans at mga players natin na nakiisa sa ating spin. At magsasaya tayo buong araw. Abangan lamang ang mga mangyayari ngayong Naruto Week dahil marami pa tayong mga kaganapan, Hans.
Pero wag din nating kakalimutan that aside from all of the skins na nakita natin sa araw na ito, ay meron ding pinaglalabanan ang lahat ng ating mga MPL teams. That is the final lap. It's the S-rank mission na kailangan nilang makuha. It's not just about the final upper bracket spots, but it's also about that last slot para makapasok sa ating playoffs.
Yan ang hindi natin pwedeng kalimutan ngayong huling linggo na ng ating regular season. At tama ka dyan, Hans. Sino nga kaya sa Smart Omega at Twisted Minds ang makakakuha ng last playoff spot? At sino naman ang makakakuha ng upper bracket spots sa pagitan ng Team Liquid PH, Onyx Philippines at Aurora?
Now, I am curious to see kung sino-sino nga ba ang ating mga teams na makakuha ng yan. Nako, ang dami pala nating aabangan ngayong araw. There are a lot of spins. There are teams that will be claiming those upper bracket spots and playoff slots for this week. Kaya sabayin na natin. Kasama ng paglaki natin sa panonood kina Naruto at Sasuke, sasabayan din natin ang ating mga MPL teams at panoorin kung ano ba ang kanilang magiging ruta patungo sa playoffs.
At sigurado akong labasan na ng pinakamalalakas nilang jutsu. Huwag na natin patagalin pa. Ilabas na ang lakas dito lamang sa
MPL Philippines Season 15!
Konnichiwa, minasan! Leo Desu here with Brigida and Renmar. Shoutouts to all of the Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Sanin, and Hokages watching. Hey, even all of the Akatsuki, you're welcome here to MPL Philippines Season 15, Week 8, Day 1.
What do I say? Arigatou gozaimasu for having us here, and I am so tanoshimi for this upcoming day because we have 2 matches lined up for us, and the Naruto week officially starts today.
Nani is Tanoshimi.
Tanoshimi, I think it's fun.
Fun? I thought it was excited.
Oh yeah.
We're excited. I don't know. I'm just making sure. Watashi wa Sushi Senpai.
MPL Philippines official YouTube channel is back. That's right. Check out and subscribe to the channel to stay updated whenever we go live and never miss a beat. That's good news. We're starting off the week with amazing news. That's right, YT channel is up and running. You can still watch via the other channels because I know you may have found home in these other channels all around the net. But also, we're inviting you guys to play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
Don't forget to grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies.
GT20 Pro, sigurado ang hashtag lakas sa laro.
It has been a jam-packed week of MLBB action all around the world. There have been a couple of major leagues sprouting in other sides of God's green earth. But just the same, we all come back home here to the home of champions, MPL Philippines. We'll get a recap on what exactly happened last week. But we have to remind y'all, especially the X fans, get ready to win with your own Infinix GT20 Pro by joining the hashtag Lakas sa Laro Challenge.
You get to take home not just the GT20 Pro, but we'll also be announcing one lucky winner every Monday to take home Lakas sa Laro merchandise.
Yeah, just make sure your posts are creative and always use the hashtags, hashtag Lakas sa Laro with Infinix at hashtag MPL Official. Tournament phone hashtags are on your screens right now. Don't forget to set your posts on public. The lucky winner of the brand new phone will be announced at the end of this month, May 31, 2025.
That is smack dab right at the tail end of our playoffs, but that's about a month away from now. Here today, we are talking about MPL action, which would not be possible without our partners at BPI. Level up your savings for an epic tomorrow.
Open a hashtag Save Up account today via the BPI app. One ID and just 5 minutes is all you need to have your very own account.
Plus, when you do all that, you have a chance to win 1,250 diamonds. It's now easier to save, and your in-game experience will be even more epic. A more epic tomorrow. Open it with BPI.
We had a mid-week holiday this week. How did you guys spend that?
I think I've been mostly resting. Especially after, again, you've mentioned the MLBB tournaments being non-stop, happening all across the globe. And one of the most recent ones that is happening right now, I don't think the Philippines is part of it, but we still get to witness it, right? It's been very interesting, especially considering the teams that are being part of that tournament. It's the MLBB Super Cup Invitational,
Super
right?
Cup Invitational. I have been losing my ranked games, losing a bunch of stars, regaining them back. I am officially stuck in 25 to 30 stars.
I wish you luck. I may have been responsible for maybe one or two of those last week. But here, in Week 8 of MPL Philippines Season 15, we have our standings. Locked in for the playoffs are these top 5 teams, and we still don't know who's making it. Twisted Minds are OMG, and we wish well the young lads from AP Bren, as last week they have been officially eliminated from playoffs contention.
Yeah.
I feel like the road to the playoffs is much tougher here for Omega. For them, it's literally don't lose a series. You gotta win both of your series. For Twisted Minds, hope that Omega doesn't win. So if you hear that, who's it easier for? Definitely for Twisted Minds. So they're resting easy. They won't be resting though. They have a very important matchup against Onyx tomorrow. But yeah, they have the easier road.
It's been really sad to witness AP Bren 2 get officially eliminated last week, just back in Sunday, but at least they have another shot today.
That's right. They have a huge shot to actually change the playoffs picture and maybe block out Smart Omega from entering the playoffs. But that's neither here nor there. We're starting off with a long, drawn-out rivalry. Teams that have their DNA shared between them. It's the Cavalry versus the Phoenix Army. Team Liquid Philippines versus TNC.
The last time we saw these two go up against each other, I feel like everyone was going crazy on the internet.
Oh yeah.
I was at home. I couldn't hide my excitement as well. I've been screaming, and there have been so many sentiments all over the internet.
Yeah, you need one statement to remember what happened in Team Liquid Philippines versus TNC Round 1. Why didn't TNC go for the Lord instead? That tells a big story of their best of 3 series the last time we saw them.
Yep, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But now all regrets, all remorse is thrown out the window. Only action can solve what is at hand. They feel the echoes of judgment, retribution, vengeance at hand, at the horizon, and it comes down to these two teams, the Cavalry and the Phoenix Army. With the Cavalry, again, they don't have as much of a ghost haunting them that we should have pushed, they won the damn series. It's just that, hey, this is maybe one way that they can lock in the ever-magical top 2.
Yeah, and I think that series, it was a tough one. I mean, Team Liquid Philippines, they themselves clearly have admitted that it's been a very close series, especially with Benny Cutie being Benny Cutie debut series, but still bringing it to a solid game number 3.
Yeah, he got a Game 2 MVP, while OHEB got a Game 1 MVP in their last round. And again, the story goes back to what happened in Game number 3, where in heroics from Carl TZ and OHEB secured their victory to punish TNC's decision to not go for the Lord and to try and end instead. But now in this round 2, I feel like TNC, they're definitely hungry to make up for their loss from round 1, and Liquid has to watch out for very aggressive play, because very aggressive play is what brought TNC and Liquid to game number 3.
to put things into perspective, again, for those of y'all naysayers to thinking, hey, this is a top 1 and 2 team versus a top 5 team, look at these stats, folks. Even as early as Benny Cutie's re-debut in Season 15, I knew he was magical. I knew he was a force of nature. Sure, Oheb has found a new fire underneath the banner of the cavalry, but look at Benny Cutie, man. Benny Cutie beats him on a majority of those head-to-head stats, and he is number 2. Kills per game, he is number 1. You know what? There's a lot of stats to talk about. We'll get to them when the game starts, but let's talk about how the cavalry in their final lap lock in top 2, upper bracket.
All right, for Aurora, for Liquid, win the match versus TNC and Aurora, or they sweep TNC and win a game versus Aurora, or they can win a game versus TNC and sweep Aurora. So it's either you win the match versus both, or you sweep one and win one game against the other, not necessarily have to beat them to secure the upper bracket seed. And of course, their remaining matches are going to be up against TNC and Aurora.
Yeah, TNC, who has a chance of slowing down the possibility of Team Liquid Philippines getting closer to that top 2 spot. Because I believe the conditions aren't that I'd say challenging.
No, they're relatively simple
compared to like Smart Omega, which we will also be discussing later on. But TNC, with the performance that they've been showing us, with the way they really have been trying to take down a top 4 team, they might actually do it this time.
Yeah, but that's the thing. TNC Pro Team has had that shadow, that ghost hanging over them, wherein they cannot defeat a top 4 team in a series. That's why it's hashtag TNC and 5 all season long.
It's not a matter of when, but if. We're still asking, and there's just one last match. This is TNC's last chance to break through that glass ceiling and say, hey, we can beat these top teams in MPL Philippines. We have a question for you guys watching at home. Which MLBB X Naruto skin have you already gotten? You have Lucas, you have Kalia, you have Vale, you have Suyo, or you have Hayabusa, or have you gotten all of them?
If they were able to get all of them in just like
an hour
or 2 since it came out, you have a lot of diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, the guy with a tablet in the crowd got like 3. he went nonstop. I rolled for Sakura earlier. Like, Brigitte has a video for it. I got Sakura already, so it's all good.
He skipped the animation because he had that much diamonds. I wish I had the same problem.
I saved up.
I could have sworn homie was just posting pictures. I could have sworn he just like took pictures and just kept going back and forth. No, he really did draw. Brigitte, which one do you want?
I want the Sakura one, of course. Like, some people would say she's not that strong. I tried to paraphrase what I was going to say, but she's so cute. And Kalea right now in MLBB is meta.
I have a change of heart to talk about later on. But right now, battle modes are up for sale starting April 5th all the way until who knows when. It's on sale for 108 diamonds.
Yep, there are a lot of available emotes right there. You can see some of them down below. If you haven't gotten them yet, Onyx, Omega, and TNC's battle emotes also return right now.
Yeah, show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop.
Talking about showing support, which of these 2 teams are we looking at to take home the series? Again, it's your reputation, your prowess in the season, breaking through limits versus locking in upper bracket. Who you think?
Okay. I'm gonna go for Team Liquid Philippines since I'm a Liquid girly. And
wow.
I'd say still 2-1.
Since when were you a Liquid girly?
You told me I was a Liquid girly, so I went with it.
Yeah, right. Everyone told you were a Liquid girly.
So I went with it.
Are you also a Liquid girly?
No, I am not. I'm TNC in 5. I am TNC in 5.
At 5?
Let's not expound on it, but they're my prediction for today.
Okay. You'll see in the lineup maybe why Renmar picked TNC. I'm sticking to my cavalry, all right? I am so cavalry. Was cavalry, is cavalry, then, now, and forever. What do you guys think? Send in your predictions in the comment section wherever you're watching, whether it be on the TT, the YT, the FB, wherever else we're live. Action's about to begin very, very soon. I have a feeling this will go 3. I know I did say in the forecast, I think it's going to be a sweep for the cavalry, but now, with the vibes in the arena, I might be retracting that statement.
Yeah, and I mean, our viewers are about to see in a bit who are going to be playing for this particular series. There are some changes compared to the first time they met, so that's another thing you really have to watch out for.
Yep, spoiler alert, it is for TNC, and I suggest you look back at the history of teams who have celebrated birthdays on broadcast, then you'll figure that out exactly why we feel this way. We have the player walk-ins in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Liquid Philippines and TNC.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, please welcome our marshals. The Shinobi from the Cavalry, here are Team Liquid Philippines. In the EXP lane, Sanford. The jungler, Carl Tizay. The mid laner, Sanji. In the roam, Daddy JP. And in the gold lane, O-Head. Looking like $1 million. And their opponents. Facing off against them today, it is the Phoenix Army's finest ninjas, TNC Pro Team. In the EXP lane, 3 Martizes. In the jungle, Zaida. In the mid lane, Lancy. The roamer, Yaoi. And the gold laner, Benny Cutie. Please welcome their coaches, Coach RC and Coach Imba DJ. Now this right here is gonna be a matchup between the roamers. JP, Yaoi, step forward. Week 8 na, boys. JP, paano nyo makuha ang panalo kontra sa TNC? Ano ang palag mo?
Bigay mo na sa amin to, we. Kailangan namin na upper bracket.
Iyaan mo na daw sila mag-upper bracket. We, ano naman ang masasabi mo doon? Paano nyo babawian ng TLPH? Ano ang palag mo?
Sama-sama tayo, huwag mag-upper.
Fist bump, gentlemen. TNC Pro Team, Team Liquid Philippines, MPL Arena, make some noise! Heading into this game para sa pinakaunang laban ng week number 8 casters. Balik sa inyo.
Brigil-chan, Nanigasuki, what do you think as a Liquid girly of Team Liquid Philippines?
I feel like Team Liquid Philippines, after losing their only game in Week 7, are looking to bounce back heading into Week 8. And they are definitely not allowing TNC Pro Team to encounter the exact same scenario as they did in the previous meeting. But then Team Liquid Philippines, definitely they probably must have had some adjustments, because it seems like previously teams have somehow read out how to kind of like disable them in terms of the draft, taking out the draw heads and a lot of picks which allow them to set up the tempo when it comes to the game. So I'm looking forward to see how Team Liquid Philippines has adjusted heading into this week.
Ren Markun, Nanigasuki, TNC in 5. They're bringing in 3 Martizi, who recently celebrated his birthday. How do you feel about that change?
Well, 3 Martizi, hopefully he's ready to go up against Sanford here, because when you're going up against Sanford, you cannot just be like the passive EXP laner style of, let me just clear the wave and make my presence felt in the map. You have to be ready to duel up against Sanford. But before Sanford, it was 3 Martizi who joined the Echo Squad of Season 9, who came up as one of the best duelist-style EXP laners. So 3 Martizi needs to bring that spirit, that old meta style of brawly-type EXP laners to go up against Sanford and to take him out of the map.
There is a big change happening in the metagame right now. We have unlocked 2 heroes prior banned last week because of the reworks. Kimmy is joining the fray alongside Glue. You're talking about duelists, you're talking about disruptors. Hey, Trimar played a good amount of Glue.
Yep.
He's back in the fray.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking forward to, especially with the reworked Glue kit being really good for duelists with how the second skill now is essentially his ultimate. You can quickly get split just when you tap the second skill.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like aside from the gold lane matchup, aside from the XP lane matchup, I'm looking at these two junglers too. The last time they met, it was pretty close, but a lot of us have been saying that Carl TZ right now seems to be playing very close to his prime in terms of his usage of the assassins, in terms of the way he's able to show us his mechanics. So I'm wondering if they'll be a lot more comfortable to pick up those assassins right now, because the previous time they did go up against each other, I believe there were still alphas showing up every now and then. But now it doesn't seem to be the case, not unless they consider the Fredrins or something.
Au contraire, you mentioned the F word, Fredrin. I'm looking at the stats. Carl TZ currently #1 Turtle Taker, #2 Lord Taker in the league. If you're talking about Carl TZ Prime, you're looking at M4 Carl TZ, wherein he was a utility god. I think that's the Carl TZ we're seeing now, and if they want to make it to the upper bracket, that's the Carl they need to channel.
Yeah, but there's another F word that I'm thinking about. Fanny! Carl TZ, even Zyda in their previous series showed up just how good he is with this hero. While we see Carl TZ's Fanny show up from time to time, but it seems to be here and there in terms of the results. So if that's the case, does that mean will we get to see an entire draft with Fanny taken out? What does that open? You got Lucas, Kalea still up there. Chip is definitely going to be in the running for a most contested hero between the two roamers. And most importantly, the Jawhead and the Cho between JP and Yawi.
Yeah, I somewhat feel like we're more likely to see the Kakashis and the Narutos instead of the Sasukes today. I think we said goodbye to the Sasukes a couple of days ago, but maybe, I mean, who knows?
Like what his family tells him every weekend.
Hey, if Aurora was in action, then maybe we would see Sasuke Uchiha, but not here, not tonight. Tomorrow we will. Let's check out the smart ping test before the action begins.
Been a long time. Trimar TZ versus his master, Carl TZ. Trimar TZ, the long lost battle.
Eto na! Old Echo versus current Echo. Kaya pa bang subal ng mga old sa mga current? Zyda versus Carl TZ. Eto na yun, ang pinakahihintay ng lahat. JP versus Yawi.
Mukhang natagalan na ata ang pagdating mo, Sasuke. Yun ba yun? Yun ba yun? Tama, di ba? Natagalan ka ata ng dating, Sasuke. Yun! Nakaruto naman, Ikaw na bida sa ano, gusto mo ikaw pa bida sa laro. Okay rin, ha?
Dapat na gano'n tayo pero yung Naruto dito. Tara, gano'n tayo.
That's a smart ping test, bringing you low latency gaming with smart, solid promos.
Subscribe to Unli 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
Straight from the horse's mouth, in this case, the stallion's mouth, the phoenix's mouth. Like, they know what's at stake.
Yeah.
I like how both of them put a lot of importance with just how much people are looking forward to this, with the links between them, the history shared between the players and the organizations.
The old and the current, they say. Echo, the old Echo and the new Echo.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so much to look forward to in this match.
Renmar, talk to us about the keys to victory.
All right, so for Team Liquid, put out the fire of TNC Pro Team. That fire is aggression. Make them sizzle, fizzle out, yo. Because really, that's what brought game number 3 against Liquid. TNC Pro Team being aggressive, Yawi being able to set, and even Zyda being left unchecked. Rise up, TNC Pro Team. You have to be very clean, very disciplined, and be sharp and sure with your decision makings. If you gotta go for the Lord instead of trying to force a final push. Final lap, full throttle. The best things that we see from these two teams are speed and aggression. So show speed and aggression. Don't let up. Because when the games get long between these two, it gets quite messy, which is fun for us, but not good for what they want to achieve.
You know what? You're right. I would love to see Liquid go up against TNC with the same gusto they did against the world champions Onyx. Remember last week, it was a 3-game series wherein every single game went just at about 13 minutes.
Yeah, it did. And it was a very unfortunate way to lose the series because a lot of us also thought that it was already in Team Liquid Philippines' hands. And
Oh, yeah.
it kind of reminds me of how TNC nearly also had the series, right? The last time they went against each other. So there's this kind of history haunting them that they do not want to encounter again heading into this match.
There is a word that we did not mention pre-game before the draft began, and that is the V word, the Valier. The reason why Liquid lost very specifically in Game 3 against Onyx. Now, will they watch out for that? Will they be on the lookout? Let's see as the draft continues. Team Liquid taking out the Phoveus, the Fanny, and the that's actually Hayabusa there with the skin on Kakashi. But while TNC, they take out the Loyi and the Chip.
All right, so we mentioned the Chip earlier, the Fanny now getting taken out by Team Liquid, which I think is a signal later for TNC Pro Team that maybe they might they can open up Fanny later on if they are banning again from the red side. They take out the Jawhead, another hero that we mentioned, and with all of that, Team Liquid decides to go for the Joy, turning off the Suyo option, and with the Hayabusa even gone, we might see Zyda being forced to play something along the lines of a Ling later.
Oh, there goes Sakura! And it seems like they won't be prioritizing the Benecutie hero either. See, there are a lot of possible picks that Benecutie might opt to go for. There's still the Harith and the Moskov that's available anyways. But Team Liquid Philippines, at this point, they might want to get one of those to actually, well, maybe not the Harith though, since again, there's already a Joy.
Yeah. I'd say save Red 3 TNC for the jungle pick. It might get tight when the banning comes. Team Liquid though, maybe a gold laner here?
Yeah.
One or the other, the Fanny, the Granger. Oh, or the Harith, the Granger.
Yeah. It's either going to be those two. I think a gold laner that can pick up Purify would be great. And you mentioned the glue earlier for 3 Martisi. 3 Martisi is going to be getting his glue again. That's that revamped glue. While it's a Moskov that Team Liquid Philippines will go for instead. So they have a good balance of macro, and they take away a strong gold laner pick that could have been a good counter for the Joy of Carl Tizzy.
Yeah, it's only the Moskovs or the Rangers that's left for Benecutie, but that could be a potential pick later on, since again we are looking forward to see the jungler here, since we're running out of the junglers.
Yeah. If ever they don't pick the jungler now, as you mentioned, either just pick up the Harith or the Granger, and then your jungler, if you cannot get the Ling, you gotta settle for something like an Alpha. Because you cannot go Fredrin with the presence of a glue. It's gonna be quite tough, the slow front to back. And I think that's what glue getting shown up here is also shutting down against TNC Pro Team the option of them going utility for the jungler.
What about the Hanzo, since they already have the Kalea?
Right, yeah, that's true.
Oh, wait, we're seeing...
Oh, it's still the Suyo. Oh, finally he comes back home to Sakura.
There you go. Sasuke Uchiha. That's a Suyo skin, folks. He's had a rough week 7 ever since that new patch. Live, folks are pulling Asmi Madars of the Cavalry, dressed up as Naruto. Actually just purchasing the skin straight up. Congratulations. A new owner of a Kalia skin. Going into the second phase, that is the Eve banned out by TNC. What will be left for Team Liquid?
I'm wondering if you or we could be seeing the V word. I mean...
Vexana?
Vexana or Valier?
Oh, Valier. Oh, you meant Valier.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because Leo said it earlier.
Yeah, I'm still still getting used to the fact that Valier is a very strong option in this current metagame.
Very, very strong.
Yeah, and that could be good, especially with the presence of the glue. If you can get a lightning truncheon onto the Valier, actually, even though you usually don't see builds with it, but the lightning truncheon can mess up the glue and the team that has the glue very well, since you take out the cap of the damage of the bounce. I'm looking at the trades for the roam here. With the Jawhead gone, TLPH might want to consider banning out the Cho of Yaoi, because this Kalea can actually go to the EXP lane as an option.
Oh, yeah.
So that's something the TNC Pro Team has like an ace up their sleeve. Wherein if TLPH bans out the Cho, then it's also still going to be fine. Where it's like, all right, it's okay. We already have the Kalea. We'll might as well put in the roam anyway.
I wonder what they are gonna consider though. The Matilda's interestingly still open too, but I doubt it'll be an option for both of these roamers who are really eager to always go for the setups.
If anyone's going to pick up the Matilda, it's probably going to be Liquid. Since they have a glue in the EXP lane, that's just going to be their main rock of frontline defense, so it's going to be the Matilda there. But with the presence of Joy, I'd rather TLPH goes for a solid hard tank instead.
Yeah, what are the solid hard tanks that we might be seeing from them.
Kacha is still out there. Hylos is
The
still out there.
Badang.
Badang plus a good mid laner, I would say. But oh no, they deny the Badang.
Okay.
The B combo.
Great drafting right now from TNC. I like the sequencing. I like their block picking. Still, the glue is going to be the biggest problem that they have to deal with later on. And right now, I think I'm running out of really strong gold laners. They might just end up with a Granger. You mentioned they got the Kacha. They get it. They get the Farsa as well. So it's a strong front, strong solid tank. Play around the Moskov. Strong backline with one option, make it 3 options for diving.
Yeah.
Very balanced. Team Liquid Philippines salvaged their draft. Now for TNC, are you stuck with a carry for Benny Cutie? That's going to be quite tough.
Or do they still want to opt for the Granger?
Yeah, they go for a reach instead because you're all dive. You need a bit of reach. Carry's a bit too close range. So yeah, it's either that or the Granger.
Yeah, because they also took out the Beatrix. So like, who else is left there to provide a little bit of the range? Because the Jushin too kind of really wants to close in onto the opponents. But this is somehow I'm kind of torn whether or not it will be happy with the amount of dive.
Just say you don't like it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Because there's so much dive, right, from Team Liquid Philippines.
But also there's so much confidence. Again, let's remember, this is Benny Cutie in TNC's gold lane. That's a sobriquet for his young daughter, Wanwan. The Wanwan!
I hope they have enough damage output. Because usually you want to see Wanwan paired up with a strong, a burst type mid laner.
That's not what a Jushin is.
Yeah, that's not what a Jushin brings to the table. So they want to play for the long team fights here. Hopefully the Badang and the Kalea of TNC Pro Team can hold on long enough for the Jushin, Wanwan, and Suyo to deal the damage, because that's what you're going to need to play around. While for Team Liquid Philippines, it isn't so rigid. Yeah, you're playing around the Feathered Airstrike, but even with that, Sanji is so free to go wherever he pleases in terms of where he places that down, and then you just play around the Moskov with that. I like Team Liquid's draft a bit better.
Yeah, you can already expect them to take majority, if not full control of the space of the team fights that are going to take place later on.
Welcome
we'll see
to
if TNC
Mobile
just really goes out
Legends.
all aggressive and wins the team fights with sheer aggression.
Yosh! Ikuzo minasan, let's get game number 1 afoot between Team Liquid Philippines and TNC Pro Team. All of the previous sentiments I echo. Again, Team Liquid Philippines has much easier goes at the mid game. Even come the late game, you know, OHEB has better macro, but if TNC decides to take a fight, I think, you know, if they throw everything at the kitchen sink, they can take out maybe 2 dudes. I just don't know how that interacts with the glue right now.
Yeah. Let's look at the emblems. Okay, tenacity, typical stuff for the glue. It's pull yourself together for Benny Cutie's 1-1 to maximize him getting the Inspire much quicker. So I like that choice there by the 1-1 of Benny Cutie.
Yeah, it seems like he can really play his lane aggressively, which we're somewhat seeing right now. But I'm really looking forward to see how this glue will be answered by TNC Pro Team later on. Like, will the Inspires be enough if they just really keep disrupting TNC and the kind of like order of, or the sequence of the team fights that they really want to pull off?
Yeah, look at what we were discussing earlier about 3 Martisi being very strong with dueling in the EXP lane. Currently, he is pounding the glue of Sanford into the turret, even though Sanford can get a few hits here and there. So far, it's 3 Martisi controlling the tempo of the battle in the EXP lane right now.
You can almost hear Sanford squishing and squashing, trying to just sustain the damage output that 3 Martisi is letting out. First turtle spawning, upper quarter of the map. TNC has a clear advantage in positioning. 3 members already circling the turtle. JP looking to dance.
No, he's on the level 4, but Carl TZ goes in, forces out the Crimson Beacon from Lancy. JP trying to zone out 3 members of TNC though, and Yaoi's the only one left here in the turtle, trying to disrupt Carl TZ from getting the turtle, but he successfully will, and now they proceed with the fight. Sanford gets first blood onto Yaoi, but look at that fist break, fist crack coming in from 3mar. They get to somehow trade a 1-for-1 between the roamers.
Renmar, you know what? I love it when we're right. It's the damage output that TNC is struggling with. They had great control, but when TLPH said, you know what, it's go time. time. They go like, ah!
Yeah, even with Sanji being a little bit late on the feathered airstrike, it was a calculated late feathered airstrike because the eventual entry of 3 Martisi, that could have been 2 kills for TNC. But the feathered airstrike of Sanji sent back Zaida and the other members of TNC Pro Team that they said, all right, sorry 3 Mar, great set, but we can only get 1 here.
Again, this is made worse by the fact that Suyo no longer has magic defense raised when he's in immortal form. So Zaida feels the extra squishiness.
Yeah, and I also felt like Zaida had a much more peaceful early game farming compared to all the previous Suyos we've seen. Like, there weren't much invasions going on from the side of Team Liquid Philippines, but nonetheless, they were able to secure the turtle, which somehow meant that really Team Liquid Philippines are clearly in control right now.
Yeah, Team Liquid can be aggressive, but they don't need to be. They don't need to hyper-invade. They don't need to always be showing up in the jungle of TNC Pro Team. Play for the invasions after you get the major objective. So far, that's what it looks like Team Liquid Philippines is doing. Slight adjustment by Liquid, though, as JP is now showing himself up in the jungle of TNC just a little bit more to get a bit more info as the 2 junglers see each other up top. That covers any potential entry into the gold lane, as Oheb already got the info, was able to dash away from Yaoi just in time.
Pre-fire by Sanji, letting out that feathered airstrike. If anything, the only real winning lane for TNC is that XP lane. It's the birthday boy, 3 Martisi, who's holding it down, mid, jungle, bottom. The Phoenix Army's struggling.
Yeah, we might be actually seeing Team TNC really commit to a fight when Benny Cutie seems to have enough damage to follow up the potential setups coming in from Yaoi and especially 3 Martisi.
And if he can fly, mind you, there are 2 Purifies on TLPH's side. So if they decide to just cleanse all of those stacks, Benny Cutie's back to square one.
Oh, no more feathered airstrike and really good positioning by TNC Pro Team. They could actually win this second turtle.
Oh, they know Sanji's not around. They go in for the Tsunami Slam, but still JP with the Abbot of the Guardian knocks them up, and now it somehow denies the engage that the TNC wanted to do. The SOD is also there, so they have to take note of Oheb potentially going in, but still it's multiple members of TLPH being poked down very, very low, and TNC secures the turtle.
That is a turtle apiece between the Phoenix Army and the Cavalry. All this time, Oheb made quick work of that shield. I don't know if the shield just went down or he did not chunk it enough.
Yeah, I think he was able to get the most of it, but then eventually it just went past 5 minutes and the shielding disappeared. However, Team Liquid, they gotta really watch out for their... Wait!
Oh no, the stacks? Oh, there's just 1 left.
Yeah, couldn't get it up. All right, so... one of the reasons why TNC Pro Team won that last one is they had much better positioning around the middle shrub. They cleared up the mid-wave quicker, and they were able to force the feathered airstrike out of Sanji. Yaoi goes in!
Tsunami Slam, but Sanford is there to save Carl Teasy. And now Sanford just using the grab, buying some time, but JP gets left and to provide some information somehow for Sanford, but in the end, he's the one that's going to be taken out. Oheb is here though, trying to dish out the necessary damage. Carl Teasy also using the electrifying beats. But Team Liquid Philippines will disengage for now.
That's what I'm saying. When TNC decide to take one down, they can force these kills, they can force an engagement. And off-map, Zaida, they left him alone, gotta push up top.
Yeah, very smart usages of the 4-1 split by TNC Pro Team, especially at when they do it. Now they've taken control of the map and they can potentially get even the next tower in the bottom lane with another big rotation there. So I like the build that the Gulu of Sanford is going for. He went for the Dreadnought armor and then now he's getting the components into the Dominance Ice.
Yeah. Somehow Team TNC are actually maximizing the way that they have a lot of threat in terms of crowd control really well.
Yeah.
Sanji hasn't had much of a great time in terms of positioning as the Farsa.
Yep. Because right now their problem of damage, even though they don't have a lot of full build items just yet, now they have some damage, even better compared to their very first fight in the turtle, with supplementing that strong crowd control that they initially have already with their ability kits.
Yeah. So now how does Team Liquid Philippines actually contest this? Carl Teasy is just within the area. Sanford's already trying to zone, but he will get caught with the Tsunami Slam, and look at the crossbow of Dan coming in from Benny Cutie. There's just enough time for Team Liquid Philippines to somehow find an opening. OM tries to go for the trades, but Zaida, he still escapes!
Oh, unfortunate for Oheb. The animation of the second skill just a bit too slow, as Zaida was already past the wall when he finally got knocked back by that spear, and he didn't get stunned. Team Liquid Philippines got that turtle though. got some kills, and looks like they're looking for control on the map. They will get it.
TLPH left Oheb down bottom. Again, one of the reasons why Oheb kind of found short that second skill is because he was working on that turret. So that leaves TLPH up on net gold, up on map control, up on objectives. And we're entering Lord territory here. About a minute and change, upper quarters where the Lord spawns. Mid lane still standing just barely for Team Liquid PH. I think this is where TNC will start picking fights again.
Oh, Purify forced out for Oheb too. And unlike the first few minutes of the game, it seems like TNC, they're no longer as hesitant to commit their skills even onto one of the tanky front lines here of Team Liquid Philippines, similar to what happened to Sanford earlier. If there wasn't an immediate response from the AOG, TNC could have probably taken advantage of the situation, but Lansing escapes with the Crimson Beacon, forces out the Purify as well from Sanji. But Team Liquid Philippines, they won't go for the full commit.
TNC are making sure that it's too hot in the kitchen for Chef to cook. Sanji has been throwing off these off-timing feathered airstrikes, been using Purify when he's not ready for it, and it's a miracle that he hasn't died.
Yeah, he's been using those feathered airstrikes to really control the mid lane as a TNC Pro Team are getting closer to, almost, to breaking the tower of Team Liquid there, and Team Liquid wants to hold on to it for as long as they could. No Purifies for quite some time, but TNC Pro Team doesn't look like they might be able to start a Lord engagement with the Moskov and the Farsa not having their Purifies, but they're gonna go for handling the map first. They have to think of that window of the Purify of the Moskov, which is about to come back. I think Sanji's gonna be one of the deaths for the next big fight happening for this Lord, though. TNC Pro Team needs to mark that.
Yeah, also you have to consider they have been winning engagements, they have been forcing response from Team Liquid, but the nature of their lineup, Renmar, there's no burst, so they can't blitz the Lord even if they have the space advantage.
Yeah, especially if Carl TZ actually finds a good angle to surprise TNC. That'll do a lot for them, but not unless they're really able to anticipate and buy enough time. There goes the SOD, the AOG as well will be committed, but Zaida already secures the Lord. There goes Yaoi as well, trying to disrupt Carl TZ, but it's Oheb doing the job, and Carl TZ takes care of Yaoi all by himself.
It wasn't worth it. Sure, they blitzed it, but at what cost? The 4 lives of 4 members of TNC!
The lack of burst from the Phoenix Army is coming back to bite them as the cavalry are now just gonna march towards their side of the river, closer to their inhibitors. They may have gotten the Lord, but I literally blinked and TNC were gone.
So maybe Team Liquid Philippines right now are the ones waiting for the engage really from TNC. They're the ones more capable right now of turning things around and just going for the counter engages.
All right, Renmar, you can undo your blink. Here's exactly what happened.
All right, I'm trying to look at it slowly. Yeah, we jumped up. SOD got the hit. JP hit the AOG, and it just burst. What TNC are lacking, that's what Team Liquid Philippines can dish out with confidence. Is all right. Yeah. Oh, look, the fight started. Bang, bang. Look, you guys are gone.
Yeah, literally what they committed to be able to, again, burst asterisk that Lord cost them the fight when eventually TLPH decided to tango. They're 5k up right now, and that is a huge firepower differential. You saw in the items there exactly why it's a struggle for TNC to defend.
Okay, Sanji already used the feathered airstrike, and now it seems like Sanford won't make it out alive. Carl TZ goes in, but gets stunned by the Blade Surge, and now he won't be able to escape because he gets traded by TNC.
What a read by Zaida. The Blade Surge coming in just in time. They were ready for the entry of Carl TZ. They dished out all the crowd control abilities that they could for the entry of the young GOAT.
Call it a 360 no scope by Mama Coco. Zaida, MDL champion, former teammate of Carl TZ, JP, Sanji, and Sanford. He knows exactly what they wanted to do, where Carl wanted to go, and found the young GOAT.
He probably knows so much about these guys because he really used to play with them not so long ago. If you'd consider playing in for Carl TZ, being so familiar with them. And now you also see the mechanics going toe-to-toe against Carl TZ, who he's been mentioning to be almost performing in his prime, but Oh, indeed! Yaoi gets to catch JP. He might not be able to go for the AOGs, but he still will just to escape. Yaoi gets caught by the grab, and Sanji takes him down, currently on a killing spree.
My God, the beauty of the reworked glue. Caldeezy's not done!
Oh, he gets interrupted once more, but that might just be enough for Team Liquid Philippines to play it a little bit more careful. They already got one, but there's 20 seconds before the next objective.
Oh, Grand Theft Orange. Oh, no, Zyda secured! Zyda secured!
He was able to get his orange buff still. Feathered Airstrike zones out the members of TNC Pro Team, and TNC will not be able to defend their tower any longer. Even though for most lineups, a gold lead of 4,000 at this point in the game, you cannot say it's hard to make a comeback against. But the fact that, again, you're lacking so much damage from the side of TNC Pro Team that they can dish out the control, but all the control and everything they toss out takes what? 1, 2 members of Liquid out? Well, they've already spent majority of their resources, and there are still going to be other options for the side of Liquid to still bring in the fight. Here comes Yaoi bringing the fight.
Yaoi trying to look for someone, and Carl TZ, though, he goes in alongside the SOD coming in from OM, and JP takes down Yaoi, but there's the crossbow attack, but the damage is not enough once again. OM takes down Benny Cutie too. That's 2 members down from the Phoenix Army.
Bittersweet seeing JP take down his former gold laner, Benny Cutie. 2 members of TNC out. 3 Martizi doing his darndest to quell TLPH's push. This Lord getting worked on by Carl TZ. Sanji keeping up the heat.
It's so tough for TNC. Again, they can do so much. They can execute as well as they could, but the math just doesn't work out.
I feel like Sanji's been wanting to do these perfectly timed feathered airstrikes.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's able to finally do it consistently for the past few minutes here in this game. And I feel like the entire lack of damage is really made evident by how Yaoi's constantly punished whenever he tries to go in for a setup. There hasn't been a single setup yet where TNC has been clearly able to win the fight.
Yep, we're about 14.5 minutes in, and still the same symptoms of TNC's draft reared their ugly heads. Lack of damage, an all-in nature, and of course the CC answered mostly by these 2 key purifies on the cores. Sanji starting up again once more.
Whoa.
The heat is on his side this time around as they kick him out of the kitchen. It's my turn. The chef cooking up a push down bottom and the Lord up top.
He brought Zyda down to half HP with just 2 feathered airstrikes. And now Team Liquid Philippines, they are going to accompany the Lord, but they want to secure all inhibitor turrets before they do anything.
They can stand, they can watch, they can try to think about how they're going to layer their crowd control abilities, but they're getting poked out damaged. It's so tough right now, so tough for TNC Pro Team to do anything proactive. Everything that they can do is reactive alone.
And that is one word that we forgot to mention post-draft. It rhymes with orange. Range. TNC is lacking in range. Look at this lineup. It's all at mid, at best. And TLPH are playing with the far, so maybe that's why it was okay for Sanji to, you know, take the heat in the early to mid. For even Oheb, he can literally play map to map.
Yeah, that's why we were also kind of... Okay, that was close. Suggesting maybe the Granger, but TNC really just wanted to go for the 1-1. So you were also mentioning something along the lines of confidence. That's probably really what we're seeing for now, but it's just not working for the Phoenix Army.
If they lose this, it's not confidence, it's hubris.
Oh, yeah. But they are going to try to do something, though. They catch Sanford and get to burst him down! But there's a flicker still in a counter AOG. Now it's OM's time to go for the counter. And now TNC are running away. They get to escape Carl TZ, but they lose 1.
The glue?
They use the glue as bait.
The glue? Okay, TNC.
That's a question mark above our heads right now as they get to burst down Yaoi like he wasn't there. Benny Cutie tries to look for the stacks and he successfully will get to land the crossbow down. Could this be a play for TNC to save the game? But it's a no because there's too much damage from the cavalry and they get to secure game number 1.
In the draft alone, there wasn't much of a fight that we saw TNC serving up. And in the end, we saw that come through with Liquid taking game 1.
That's rough, buddy. Back to the drawing board, more damage.
Okay.
It's a great concept, but it's so tough to execute against a lineup that can literally just press buttons and do so much.
Yeah.
You press one button, press it maybe once or twice, and a good amount of what you want to do has already been cancelled. While for TNC Pro Team, it's literally, all right, we gotta make sure this is not. Team Liquid are doing basic math. TNC had to do trigonometry.
And on top of that, there was a questionable call during the last few
All
seconds.
right. You know what? Desperate times call for desperate measures.
That's true.
Yawi was going to take anybody, and at least, if it was the glue, there would have been no Purify. So it was at least one sure kill.
Yeah, and he was alone, I think. Maybe, but
he was alone for like a few seconds.
A few seconds, and the Team Liquid swarmed on him to help him out so quickly. And despite the early struggles, the chef cooked, man. The feathered airstrike came back to deliver the heat against TNC.
You can feel it. You can feel the lightning truncheons come in too.
You got hit the resonate too?
Eyes closed, ice cold.
Hey, you know what they say about a dish that is best served cold?
Revenge.
That's how the saying goes. That's right. Sanji took a brunt of the pressure, not just from his opponents, not just from TNC because of how aggressive they were with their CC, but from his teammates. Again, you're looking at Sanji to either start up the fight with a pre-fire feathered airstrike or to close it up to make sure that whoever the glue pulls in or wherever Daddy JP decides the fight will begin, Sanji is there. So he's thinking of all of this stimuli. Like, come on, give me a second, y'all.
And even despite that, he didn't die up until like the late
he never
portions
died.
of the game. Only once, I think.
Did he? No, he never died.
Oh.
One death.
One death.
One?
319 or 419.
Yeah, it was just one.
In my heart, he never died.
It didn't feel like he did.
No, it didn't feel like it. No, in the end there, Benny Cutie was able to get a crossbow tang on him.
Okay.
But yeah, we get to see here. This is what we were mentioning in the draft, right?
Yeah.
Sanji's Farsa is more flexible in terms of when he can bring down his ultimate.
That's
it's
right.
not so rigid.
That's
Because
right.
usually we think Farsa and Eve is like, oh, it's rigid. The feathered airstrike, guild war manipulation, we always have to play around this. Where it's literally like, you can just freestyle it, you know?
He was like water, my friend.
Yeah, you gotta move like water.
He's acting it out. But I feel like there were attempts from TNC though to somehow,
Or liquid, if you will.
yeah, like buy time really. Because Saito was really trying to control the map in the early stages. There were a lot of commendable plays we did, but it's not enough. It's not.
Yeah, again, TNC Pro Team are doing the right things, that do thing. They're doing right things mostly with what they had. It's just, at the end of the day, it's not about the damage, it's about how you use it. Well, for Team Liquid, it's literally like, oh, we have damage, we hurt you. The most basic analysis, honestly, that we can dish out here.
We didn't even get to see much of the PYT on the 1-1 map.
And you know what sucks even more for TNC Pro Team? Who could ever get the... whoever gets caught by Yawi, almost all of them have a capability to escape. We have the Joy has the capability to escape. 2 Purifies. JP can just jump away if he's not dead. Sanford can buy time or flicker out. Split. Let's not count the flicker. Let's just count like his core ability kit. So even with TLPH drafting these pieces, it's like, I don't know if it was intentional that they all ended up with heroes that could just like, all right, you get caught by the Kalea, no problem.
Again, Yaoi's job was so hard. That's why I wasn't so quick to judge him. It's like, that's also what I would have done, man. I just would have taken anything and everything so that maybe we have a better chance at defending. But, you know, TLPH had their finger on the trigger, just wanted to end the game right then and there. Wasn't gonna let that they should have pushed in. That kind of situation happened. Like, they would not let that sit and, you know, be a what if. They were going to end then and there and ended at 1636. Talking about the damage taken, this is exactly what I expected. It was 40. 40 took the most damage.
126.
So glue still does glue things. Even better, maybe.
Oh, it's the glue comeback after being gone for a week. And you see this exact same threat it brings to the game.
Yeah.
Except now it's been like mostly the perfect answer to TNC's lack of damage, so there wasn't really anyone there to take care of him, and so everyone in Team Liquid Philippines, I believe, were just really able to perform very consistently in this entire game. Aside from the fact that their conditions or the nature of their lineup was really just at an advantage up against TNC.
I know it's a 5-man game, but I think this already shows really just well how Team Liquid Philippines got through with it with the sandbag and the wingman, of course with the glue, the damage dished out by Sanji, and of course all of that leading to Carl TZ had the easiest farm in the world in this game, 803 GPM. Even though Zyda had the better early game farm, all throughout Carl TZ was just like, that pose that he's showing right now, that's it. All right, cool, thank you for the free jungle farm.
Trick or treat, TNC, thank you. Literally moving from camp to camp, objective to objective. This just shows that TNC's arsenal, TNC's depth in the roster is so much more than we expected, especially from the early weeks of Season 15. No longer is it just baby cakes doing work. This could also be Sansan Duo and the Young Goat going to town.
Yeah, we're finally seeing the Sansan Duo synergy again, as you've mentioned.
I missed it.
It's not the Lapu Lapu era anymore, but it kind of is still the same right now that they're able to just really perform.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think people don't talk about enough about the glue changes, other than his kit like being improved overall, it's just the flow of being able to use glue more. The animation flow feels so good. It's like water.
It's a different hero almost, hence the week-long ban. But now he's back and earned him a victory under Team Liquid. Now, we would like to send a heartfelt shout-out to all of the cavalry watching, all right? All the fans of Team Liquid. There is a watch party happening at Nona Manis Coffee, Axel Coffee, and Rosella Coffee in Indonesia.
Whoa, that's international. But now we also have some guys to shout out there locally from the SK Hall, Barangay Rizal, Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija, and Barangay Mambugan, Antipolo. So we have a couple of watch parties around the world for the cavalry out there.
That's right. Terima kasih dan maraming salamat to all of the Indonesian and Filipino fans watching. You guys are making MPL bigger than it already is. And continue, keep going. You are setting a good example to all the other fan bases, like who's going to do the watch party next?
And now the glue man.
The glue man?
The glue guy.
The glue guy? This is a smart power pose. We're looking for fans in the arena who's willing to do the power pose that is on display. This is Sanford doing the two fingers.
Right hand.
What do we call this? This is the camo.
Come on?
Camo, yes.
Could this be what he was saying when he was on the glue?
You guys don't need to do any extra rizzing or whatnot. You can put down the phone of your flex. I mean, congratulations on your physical journey. Right hand, folks.
Oh, she had to double check. It's like,
right there you go.
Right hand, no smiling. Right hand, no smiling.
Okay, right hand.
Okay, now they're putting up a fight. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Homie was playing with the foreground.
It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. All right.
Oh!
Okay.
She won.
She got
It's the sass. I think it's the sass.
It's the sass. Congratulations. There are, I think I know her name.
You think?
She's Ate Mirzi.
Yep. She's a member of the world-renowned group, the Tubbies.
Yeah. So shout-outs to Ate Mirzi, who is seated at the cavalry area?
Yes.
The fan group of elder sister Chantel, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
It came naturally to her to do that pose. Now, I have a question for y'all. Do you need pro-level speed? Make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game.
Get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed.
All these that we mentioned just now, they are available now at smart stores nationwide or online by the Smart Online Store.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. Action starts in about a minute, all right? I would assume we're going to get the side swap update, and it'll be TNC's court, to which side of the court they want to be on. Y'all reckon they want to stay blue, they want to go blue, or is DJ on a red streak?
I would suggest go blue, honestly, because I feel like there's no answer just yet for the blue side glue pick in the first phase.
Glue.
Yeah, because you don't ban it. You open up so much if you decide to ban that hero, and you can't first pick it in the first two. Not a lot of teams want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think they have to go blue side here.
Yeah, and I have to say the Hayabusa ban by Team Liquid Philippines earlier in the blue side was something I did not entirely expect, but it was so good, I believe.
It was
Since
so great.
You literally narrowed down the options for Zyda for a decent matchup in the jungle, which was something I was looking forward to seeing, but then he was stuck with the Suyo, which they picked in third, and it felt like they just really had to make it work. it wasn't Zyda doing Zyda things during game number 1.
He tried to do Zyda things, but he did it with a hero that was gimped. That was literally, again, the soul was sucked out of Suyo in that recent patch. I didn't expect that, honestly. Looking back at that patch, I honestly thought that the removal of the magic defense would have been like something I could shrug off, but no. You saw in that game literally how he couldn't even try to dive Sanji as much anymore.
Yeah, the entire Suyo Joy matchups used to be somewhat a lot more at the same level, but this time it's clearly
it used to be Naruto versus Sasuke. But even if the skin does show that literally now, it feels more like Goku Yamcha. Redmar wouldn't understand.
I didn't watch a lot of anime other than well, it is Naruto time, so yeah, Naruto.
Yeah, you just watched Naruto. But yeah, no, it's a far-flung rivalry now, and that's maybe one of the reasons why TNC didn't put up as much of a fight as we wanted them to. So with now the blue side selection being confirmed, should they do this now? Should they try to put Zyda on a winning jungle matchup? Is that one way to start? What else should they do?
Well, yeah, the Joy's open for them. Get the Joy. What's tough is you cannot first pick Hayabusa. You can get in the clapback. I think they have to consider that the main trades is going to be Hayabusa, Ling, Joy. Play around that, and then if they can, they have to get the glue this time around in the first phase.
Oh, now majority of the junglers are still open except for the Fanny. So we might see the trades happen this time around, not unless Team Liquid Philippines still wants to ban out a jungler from those top picks, from those power picks that are still available, because the trend is pretty much the same. It's just like they literally switched sides and the bans are almost the same.
The Joy's still open. The aforementioned Ling, Hatake Kakashi, Hayabusa is still out there. Ling has been getting a lot of success post-patch. I'm thinking like, what, 66% win rate? Like, that's pretty good for a fringe meta hero.
So what do they ban here? Is it still the Hayabusa or are they switching? I doubt it's gonna be the Hayabusa. So they opened both the Joy and Hayabusa trades.
Yep. Okay, so they go for the Joy. If the Hayabusa is not what they're getting, they actually have the option to go Hanzo now that they've taken out the Kalea.
Oh, yeah.
I think Team Liquid, it might be good for them to rush, steal the Cho, so they can go Cho Moskov. But now they're going to go a completely different route. They get the Phovis and the Harith together, so they don't have to worry about the Phovis for the Harith. Moskov, Glue, I think, are going to be great pickups here for TNC Pro Team, similar to how TLPH drafted first phase in game number 1.
And even if they do Moskov Glue, I'm thinking about it. Hold up. Does the new split take singular targets off of Shadow Kill? Because that would be a good stopper. Oh, never mind then. You're still Hayabusa. Here we go.
Okay, so probably a safer route here for TNC. I mean, what we've been mentioning earlier was the fact that it took so much to pull off their lineup, and now it seems like a relatively simpler approach with the first 3 picks that they've shown us so far.
Yeah. I'm honestly quite surprised here. But then again, after what happened in game number 1, where you ended up with a lineup that wants to do a lot of things right at the right time, maybe simpler was what they decided to be like, you know what, we got to go for something more easy to pull off, not so demanding, which is not bad. I still think Cho is going to make an appearance at one point in the draft here. Mathilda's been overlooked, but even though Mathilda gets to the second phase open, there's a chance that she might not show up here anymore. I think they park this high loss in the EXP lane. Then you play around mobile, fast-moving roamers for both of these two teams. Cho, Khalid, the likes of those.
Cho, Khalid, since the Badown's already taken out too.
Also lacking a mid laner.
Yeah.
Both sides. What's still out there? Farsa, Eve, still open.
Unless, is TNC Pro Team brave enough to go Franco?
Yaoi has had some success with Franco.
Oh, there's a Sicilian too, if they want to be really safe in their lineup.
Good ban.
Yeah.
If Liquid wants to block pick, I think they go Sicilian 4. That'd be a really good block pick against TNC Pro Team.
Yeah.
Either Sicilian or the Farsa. Actually, no, you have the Hayabusa. You don't have to worry about a Farsa. Eve is still on the table. Excuse me, right?
There's so much still left there for the mid laners.
So it's Eve, Sicilian.
They banned the Selena instead.
Choka, lead, Tigreal. And Franco.
There's so many choices left.
Yeah. It's like up to them what they think they need. If they want to go static, Liquid play the Eve.
I feel like Sanji doesn't want to see static though.
Hey!
Yeah, he wants to be mobile.
Wants to be mobile.
So if that's the case, you go Farsa.
Superfan just pulled! And Superfan just straight up bought that skin.
Hey.
Congratulations. Oh, that's 2 Naruto. There's another Naruto animation acquired skill right there in the back.
Okay, he doesn't want to stay static.
Yeah, he does get the Farsa. Okay.
Again, MVP performance in game 1. Who are we? Who is Coach RC? Who is the rest of the team to say no?
He's sticking with it. So do they still want to consider the Sicilian or match the range with the Eve here?
They can go double tank it. They can go Gata Kacha and then, yeah, Gata Kacha Eve.
Because I got banned, sir.
No, Gatot's
Gatot's
gone,
banned.
yeah.
Blue 4.
Oh, excuse me, right, you're right.
Yeah, so Cho, maybe Cho?
Yeah,
There aren't any Hildas showing up.
I don't think there will be.
Unless you throw that Hylos into Rome.
I will not like that.
Well,
Yeah.
for Yaoi, yeah.
Up against a Farsa, no.
Yeah, maybe Cho then. Maybe Cho. It's just that it'll be the same problem, man. Like you see 2 Purifies and then now one. You start kicking the phobias.
Yeah.
I heard the show, okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, brave choice. You get the Feathered Airstrike, but against the Phovius.
So they have somehow range compared to game 1.
You're giving a lot of dashes for the Phovius.
Yeah.
That's 4 heroes who are very dash dependent.
Only one of them runs
Yeah.
on 4 legs.
Oh,
And it is the Tigreal, another one that we mentioned earlier.
okay. Lancey can choose between either of these two. But if they really want to go for like the pokes and the range, which they clearly lacked in game number 1, there's the Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah.
But then, Team Liquid Philippines.
Be a lot of fighting.
Yeah, Carl Tizzy on the Hayabusa.
Yeah. The good thing about the lineup of TNC Pro Team is other than the Granger, I think the Granger's going to be the only one usually left vulnerable to the shadow kill of the Hayabusa. Because everything in TNC Pro Team is very close range, that they can distribute the damage of the ultimate of the Hayabusa much better.
They can juggle around.
They can juggle it, so that might be the tough thing for Carl TZ. Unless he gets to catch Lancey using the Feathered Airstrike, and then TNC Pro Team lose their formation, leaving an opening for the Hayabusa to go in. The good thing about TLPH is that once it gets to the late game, the Hayabusa can initiate, use that Shadow Kill early to start off the damage, and then everyone else can just clean up. While for TNC Pro Team, yeah, it's dependent on the pickoff.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Game number 2, match point for TNC Pro Team. This time around, going for a more reliable lineup, going up against Team Liquid Philippines, who are charging towards victory. I'll tell you now, it feels like TNC with that Valentina pick at the end. And again, the corner Cho, that's what we call in the business. They had no choice, or they had no choice.
Yeah.
I feel like it's another 2-step plan for the Phoenix Army. I think Liquid, again, are going to play a little more better, especially when they find their footing mid-game.
Yeah, I had the same thoughts when the Valentina showed up. I'm not sure if this is the kind of comp or style that TNC really wants to play into this lineup of Team Liquid Philippines, since, again, earlier we were talking about how they need to almost always close in order for their lineup to work, and now it's quite similar, just except the fact that they have a bit more of range in the form of Benny Cutie on the Granger.
Trying to see here where TNC Pro Team can potentially get an opening before the turtle. Usually teams don't want to risk it, but they have the lineup that can go for it with a strong crowd control combo of the Cho and the Valentina to set up an early pickoff for Zyda, maybe. But Team Liquid Philippines are also not giving any possibilities for that to happen. You saw how JP and Sanji were handling the waves in the center of the map within their tower, so they're respecting the possibility as well.
I don't know if they smell this. Zyda is in the river brush. 3 Martizi comes in.
3 Martizi's there, though Carl TZ tries to attempt for a pickoff, and now it's JP who's forced to use his flicker. Sanford's already here as well.
Ooh.
But it's only JP who burned his flicker.
But Sanji uses Fury.
It almost happened, what we mentioned there. TNC set up for it and lined up for it very well. They're zoning back Carl TZ. I don't think will Carl be able to get close enough?
They're poking Team Liquid Philippines really well. There's the glorious pathway out well, but the turtle gets reset.
Oh, just a soft reset. Still 4 members apiece here present. Oh, neither side want to commit.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid Philippines have to give this up as Carl TZ needs to get his orange buff first. And the Joy will be getting to the turtle first unless he decides to go for the purple buff. Let's see.
Yep, JP still yet to get his level 4 too. So it seems like the turtle fight is postponed for later.
Don't think it's going to be a heavy fight. If ever it's going to be Team Liquid Philippines watching TNC Pro Team get it. JP's almost level 4 though. Yawi!
He goes for the way of the dragon onto JP, who's just barely gotten enough time to set things up. But Sanji though answers with the double kill. Yet Zaida in the end, however, still gets the turtle.
JP got at least some of the implosion in.
Yeah.
And it resulted to sure a turtle concession to TNC, but the chef is cooking. What a spicy appetizer.
Yeah, that was a great turnaround there for Team Liquid Philippines. Right at the very second, clutch from JP, even more clutch by Sanji to make sure that they get to secure those 2 kills. It balances out the win that TNC Pro Team got there, and it keeps it a much more closer affair. Still very execution-based here in the early game.
Yep, that's a flicker force out from Sanford upon seeing 3-Mar alongside Lancy, also using the glorious pathway. So somehow they get to really bait out skills every now and then. But Zaida's here.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, I think it's time that they gave Sanford some pressure. It's relatively free because, again, 3-Mar wants to leave the lane as much as possible, so that leaves Sanford with a lot of time to himself. Up top, though, check this out. Salmon Force dropped in by Oheb.
Will Cutie survive this because Yawi's right there, but the Purify gets to save Oheb from the knockup of the Jeet Kune Do. They get to actually avoid the threat of Yawi right there.
It felt like Oheb was able to trace out the entire form of the Zaman Force with how he was able to avoid everything that Yawi brought to the table. It did force out the Purify, but Oheb didn't die.
That's what you call coverage. Liquid Philippines, almost Sixth Sense-like when they came to the rescue of Oheb, leaving Sanford again down here to the bottom. Second turtle will spawn in the upper quarter about 20 seconds from now. And I guess that's why Liquid, the Stallions, they are circling about. And Yawi, they can put tabs on Yawi. Again, Yawi, despite being outnumbered here, look, there's 4 members of TLPH around, yeah? Yawi's still there. Yawi's still threatening an amazing kick and flicker combo.
Yep, and JP still has the flicker implosion too. So there are a lot of resources intact for both sides, whoever wants to go for the engage first here in this upcoming turtle. But that's another Zaman Force though, already used by Oheb up top! And now he gets to actually take the way of the dragon, but Cutie won't be able to provide the double of damage because JP as well going in for a setup for the members behind. Yawi falls down, Zaida gets a trade onto Carl TZ at that! And TNC might be very happy with what they were able to take.
Oh, but Team Liquid Philippines countered that. They got 2. It's a 2-for-1 with Team Liquid Philippines walking out on top. Carl TZ got taken down, but he'll be able to get back quickly. Wow, what an entry by Carl TZ to find Cutie as Yawi went in for Oheb.
They're not done. Sanford gets a good amount of firepower laid out on him. Luckily, he is quite chunky, already has the Radiant armor. Here comes the cavalry clapping back. JP looking for range. Carl TZ taking care of his purple first turtle at half health.
Could this be round 2? Because Carl TZ is yet to come to the scene, but Sanford already goes in with the Inferno Pursuit, and Carl TZ still finds a way to secure the objective. Yawi and Zaida are down, and 40 gets a double kill on 3-Mar TZ. Lancy's left alone, steals away the feathered airstrike, but 40 gets a triple kill, and Sanji's on a killing spree.
The Flames have been wiped out. TNC Pro Team all off the map, off of Liquid's clapback. They take the turtle too. Oh my lord, the Sansan duo is back.
Sansan, Carl TZ doing GOAT things. JP leading the charge as the daddy of the group. And Oheb being able to freely do damage. He's racked up a lot of assists, but he's been able to deal damage to bring TNC down. And again, all of the dashes on the side of TNC Pro Team help Sanford's cause, help Sanford to live long enough to deal damage, to be a nuisance for TNC Pro Team. And Sanford walking away with a triple kill there, yeah, that was the biggest sign of it.
Yeah, I don't wanna doubt Carl TZ making it to the fight anymore.
Oh,
he was able to clutch steal away the. Wait, but Sanji?
Sanji.
Deep.
He's going up against 3, but he flies through all of them. There's a knock from Yaoi, but there's a purify to keep him safe.
If I saw that maneuver in a ranked game, I would be swearing and shouting at my mid laner. But this is Sanji we're talking about. That was enough time for that wave up top to just passively push. They were playing Patsy. They were using him as a scapegoat.
I mean, this is what we talked about with Sanji earlier. Well, we thought he'd go static. It's like, nah, he wants mobile. He wants to be able to go around, use wings by wings as the Farsa. Oh, Lassie!
That's massive burst damage! Being taken by Lancey. Fortunately, he was able to dodge the last one, but Sanji, he's been positioning himself in very unusual places, but he still gets to save himself every time.
Flaming meatballs from the sky. Chef Sanji, what do you have cooking up next? Attempting a Grand Theft Purple, Team Liquid Philippines. Able to commit to this, giving it over to, what is that? Did it go to OHAB? Looks like it did.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. A purple buff around the feet of the Harith, it looks like. And Liquid will be able to get this Lord without a problem as TNC Pro Team again now. Drafted in the corner on the roam pickup. 2 games now that they've played a pick-off style roam, and it just didn't work out well for them.
Again, that's all they had. And guess who's benefiting from all that? It's Sanford. You could have had a chunkier roam, right? But no, even Yaoi, you could hear him shout alongside Lancey, especially when they got wiped out earlier. No. Sanford's focus just stomped on him.
And as early as the laning phase, we weren't able to see 3-Mar TZ with the usual expectations of really dominating the mechanics in the lane. Being on the high loss though, so now it's clearly TNC having to defend this 8K gold lead in Team Liquid Philippines' hands.
Oh, surgical. Liquid Philippines escorted those waves, even got rid of those holy defenses in mid and top. That's an extra 2 minutes that they could have had for a free clear, but no, Liquid took that away too.
It might be overly aggro, but it looks endable here for Team Liquid Philippines. They have holy shields though, TNC Pro Team, in the bot. That's it.
Will JP go for a setup, or will they prioritize to take down the turrets first? There's the conceal coming in from JP, gets denied by the glorious pathway. And still, they're able to get some space. However, the Martini gets bursted down by Oheb and Sanji. We're counting endless duels and synergies now for Team Liquid Philippines given their performance.
And they still don't get rid of the Purify.
They look busted. Team Liquid Philippines looks busted, and the base might just get busted by Team Liquid.
And they still have a potential setup coming through.
Yaoi!
But Yaoi comes first. JP tries to block out everyone, and he gets to catch 2 members from the Phoenix Army. Now it's almost a wipeout, and it's only 3-Mar TZ left to defend. Only spamming the recalls alongside the cavalry because they will be going for the 2-0 sweep. But they still don't want to end the game, and now it finally does.
Like a Raikiri straight to the heart. Team Liquid Philippines scores a sweep, 2-0.
Well, this is what we talked about. That was the condition.
Okay.
Full throttle. It's the final lap. TNC Pro Team looked like they had to play for changing tires. They had to box twice. While Team Liquid Philippines just had DRS up and went for the checkered flag.
Man, I love track and field.
It seems like your 2-0 prediction's right after all.
Yep, again, it was a lot of intangibles that TNC was playing with, and fundamentally, theoretically, the science of MLBB did not side with them today. So that's why they had to take their bow, take the L, and reconsider this being their final match in the regular season of MPL Philippines Season 15. GG, well played, TNC, but the day belongs to the cavalry.
At the end of the day, they already know that they have secured the top 5 spot.
TNC 5.
TNC 5.
TNC 5.
As you may say, but now Team Liquid, they're one step closer to actually sealing in their upper bracket slot.
Now all they need is one more game win. Not match win, game win. Let's see how they feel about this victory. Let's go on stage with Team Liquid Philippines.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Boys, congratulations. Papalapit na kayo doon sa upper bracket spot na gusto nyong makuha. Carl TZ, gusto ko lang malaman, ano bang meron sa TLPH ngayon? Kasi parang ang bilis. Nung nakita nating mga laban, may iba ba? Nagkaroon ba kayo ng full-on adjustment during the week break na nakuha natin? Or ano bang bago sa TLPH ngayon?
Tingin ko po sobrang laking bagay po nung Sibol Combine. Kasi halos lahat ng magagaling na junglers, parang nakita ko anong ginagawa nila. So parang ginagaya ko ganun. Sa amin lahat.
Actually, gusto namin malaman yun. Kamusta ba yung naging combine? Kasi nakikita lang namin sa stories, nag-enjoy kayo, and I can say na lahat naman sila nag-enjoy. Pero ikaw personally, Carl TZ, gaano ba kalaking tulong yung nagkakasama-sama kayong lahat all throughout na nagpa-practice kayo kahit iba-iba kayong pinanggalingan ng team?
Siyempre po, nakakalaban namin yung isa't isa, sabay nakikita namin yung mga weakness namin, tapos parang sinasabi namin kung ano yung mga mali, ganun. Tapos, siyempre, ginagaya na rin namin yung mga feeling namin mas makasama, ganun.
Mukhang nakadagdag nga yung combine nila dun sa experience nila ngayon. At Carl TZ, gusto ko naman matanong kasi kanina, nung pinapanood namin yung palaga ni JP and Yawi kanina, hindi masyadong mainit eh.
Oo, hindi.
Oo, pero
Hindi.
ngayon, gusto kong malaman,
Tumatawa ka na naman, wala pa nga eh.
Wala pa, ba? From 1 to 100, Carl TZ, gaano naman kayo ka-confident na makakapasok kayo sa Grand Finals? Oo, finals agad.
Finals agad.
Wala muna, ayaw muna ni...
Ayaw po muna.
Ayaw mo muna, ayaw.
Ayaw muna niya magbigay.
Humble TLPH na napapanood natin
Ayaw muna niya magbigay ng porsyento. Actually,
Eto
ito,
muna.
sigurado ako, magbibigay ng porsyento to, Oheb. From 1 to 100, ilang percent ba ang tsansa ng TLPH na makapag-finals?
Kami kasi di namin iniisip yun eh. Parang one step at a time lang.
Parang hindi ikaw yan.
Oo nga,
Hindi ikaw yan,
Ito
Oheb.
na lang, baka may iisipin
sige.
siya para bukas.
Okay.
Kasi bukas, makakatapat niyo ang Aurora.
Oo nga. Kung matatandaan natin nung first round, ano yung sabi ni Oheb? Naalala ko yun.
Oo, naaalala
Confident
natin.
daw sila dati, 100% metal nila kami. Tignan na lang natin.
Ayan.
Sabi mo. Yun sabi mo. Anong masasabi mo ngayon? Kela Demon Kite at saka kay Doming Kite na nanonood ngayon.
Good luck. Galingan natin
Oo.
bukas.
Galingan natin bukas.
Oo, may sinasabi kasi si Coach humble yan. Parang ibang Oheb na napapanood natin ngayon
Actually,
Oo.
oo nga.
Pero tanong ko kay Oheb, paano kayo makakasigurado na makakabawi ang Baby Cakes duo sa Kite Brothers bukas?
Oo nga. Ano bang iba sa meta ngayon na sa tingin nyo sobrang nag-benefit yung entirety ng TLPH?
Tingin ko sa, sa patch, parang nakapag-adjust na rin kami agad. Tulong nga nung Sibol Combine. Kasi lahat pati yung mga ibang, parang mga ginagamit ng ibang teams nakita namin dun eh. Kumbaga yung mga di pa nila nalalabas ganun. Nakita rin namin yung mga iba't ibang hero na pwedeng gamitin ngayong patch sa Combine.
Pero ito nga, hindi nyo nakasama yung Aurora doon. So, hindi nyo pa alam kung ano yung posible nilang ipapamalas. Sa tingin mo ba, with the condition or status na meron ngayon ng TLPH, masisindak ba kayo ng Aurora or are you fully prepared for it?
Di yata kami masisintak nun.
Ay, hindi talaga.
Yun si Oy.
Oo.
Yun ang na-miss ko eh.
Alam mo kung saan siya nasisindak?
Saan?
Parang kay Coach RC. Kasi naririnig ko bumubulong si Coach. Sabi niya, Tol, makuha ka sa tingin.
Oo nga, Coach. Ikaw matanong ka nga namin,
Ikaw
Coach.
na lang, Coach. Ikaw na lang.
Coach, ano bang favorite experience mo or favorite skin mo sa lahat ng mga Naruto skins na lumabas lately?
Ayun pa yun, kay Naruto talaga.
Kay Naruto talaga?
Nasubukan niyo na ba yun, Coach?
Feeling ko sample eh. Pero hindi, Coach. I think I can also ask you the same thing kasi you had a chance to go with these boys and actually compete with the best of the best sa Pilipinas. How was it on the coach's perspective naman, being part of that combine?
Yun, marami din talaga kami natutunan, especially ako kasi kagaya ng sinabi ko noon, hindi ko talaga tinitignan yung sarili ko na mas angat sa kanila. Tinitignan ko yung sarili ko as newbie. So, bawat coaches na nakikita ko or nakakalaban ko, tinitake yun as lesson, win or learn lang talaga.
And this was a lesson na naipakita nila para makuha ang panalong ito. Once again, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Malinis ang kuha nila ngayon, Week 8. It seems like they're more playoff ready than we thought they were.
Mukhang malinis din talaga ang mindset ng TLPH ngayon at nakikita natin ang connection from the players hanggang kay coach dahil parehong-pareho silang mag-isip ngayon. And hence, excited ako kung ano pa nga ba ipapakita ng TLPH moving forward.
Pilit nilang inaabot ang upper bracket spot na makakaharap nila ay posibleng doon din mapunta. Malalaman natin yan bukas pero sa ngayon ay babalik muna natin sa ating mga casters.
That is one thing we forgot to mention. Team Liquid Philippines are fresh off of the national team selection combine wherein they were in a think tank and scrim hyperbolic chamber with the other strongest teams in the world. And that's why they're performing this way.
Wow, San duo getting MVP for this series.
They're so back.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Easiest game for the Phobius right now, too. Sanford was like, oh, look at your draft. Thank you very much. Watch me get MVP. Watch me not die. And I like the item build path he went for. He prioritized Radiant Armor. Then he went to the Dominance Ice after that. Thank goodness they removed the mana from that so that it doesn't feel like a useless item anymore for non-mana EXP laners.
It's HP now.
It's so good.
It's extra value for Phobius. And weirdly enough, sure, first turtle did go to TNC. But is it just me, or did this feel like more of a match with less give from TNC than Game 1?
It did, and there were a lot of plays which weren't as connected, I'd say.
Yeah.
We used to expect TNC to be so in sync in terms of their aggression, but this time it felt like, okay, Yaoi does try to go for the aggressive plays, but the others feel a bit more hesitant.
That's why. It was the early wipeout that made me go like, oh, this is...
Yeah, I felt like what we were seeing here were some of the sicknesses of it. And excuse me for calling back to the past, but I mean, we gotta do what we gotta do. It felt like the beginning of the downfall of Echo before they became Liquid. During that time in their history as a franchise, wherein we said the same things. Initiation, but it felt quite disconnected. It seems like there were one or two factors that they weren't taking into account before something happened. The main thing that I saw that in was that dive that they went for, where Yaoi found Oheb, but Carl TZ was like, thank you for leaving Benny QT open. I'm gonna take him out. They walked away with 2. Carl TZ went down, but Carl TZ could just respawn for that next objective that came afterwards.
Yeah, that was top lane, and one of the strokes of genius that Liquid brought out, which then led to a snowball. You know, a wipeout, the map just going red suddenly, and that's what led to this 10.5-minute game. That's exactly why I felt it was so much faster, because it literally was. It was 6 minutes short. Literally 6 minutes shorter than Game 1.
Team Liquid Philippines, they were so good at splitting up the fights and winning every single one of them.
It was a stampede.
It was the Liquid Stampede in action that we've seen from Team Liquid Philippines. Only giving away 2 deaths to TNC, which made things all the more difficult for them. So there were a couple of questions we did have when it came to the draft again. But I feel like what we've seen from TNC now goes way beyond the draft, actually. So hopefully these are things that they do get to address later on, because they have multiple lineups that they can possibly field out.
Which brings us to the question, right? What are we seeing in the playoffs? Who?
I feel like TNC Pro Team really needs to do a lot of recalibration in terms of what they think is the best optimal lineup. Because again, I like how Team Liquid Philippines, especially Carl TZ, brought up a lot of the fact that being in the national team selection combine literally changed them. Carl TZ, the young goat, even said, oh, I saw things that the other junglers in the combine were doing. I learned from them, and I'm just applying them here today. So it's like, wow, the fact that you could do that means that they're already in that level of refinement and improvement for the playoffs or for TNC Pro Team during the break. Unfortunate that they couldn't get a good win or at least even a very close competitive matchup in their final match of the regular season. That's going to take some wind off their sails heading into the playoffs, but it's a 3-week break. They're going to have to really recalibrate.
Yeah.
There's only lessons, not losers, especially since TNC will be confirmed for the playoffs. We'll find out which lineup they do decide to field for a majority of the run there. Let's look at our big four. The rich guy, of course. Life mimics reality here. Our BBI rich guy is none other than Oheb. Again, about to break through the 900 gold per minute barrier. He was, seen stealing buffs away from Zyda in the late game.
Yeah, it feels like he just really wanted to keep fighting, not even probably taking into account the timings of the availability of his Zaman Force every now and then,
And
because
Purify.
he was just clearly in the lead. They were just ahead of TNC. So even right before or prior Turtles, you just see him use the Zaman Force and it's okay because like the rest of his team can handle the fights that'll happen anyway. So he was just really free to do his thing in the gold lane.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the best things that we could point out for Team Liquid Philippines in this series, not just in game number 2, is their pacing. Their pacing felt right, their flow felt really good when and how they were executing things, at which point in the map, it felt clean. It wasn't perfect, it was just clean.
Very liquid.
Very liquid. No, like
say of that what you will. If you're not a fan of Team Liquid Philippines just yet, maybe that performance will prove you one to be soon. But for now, let's go ahead and check out the Infinix mic check and take a peek behind the curtain, see exactly what was going on in those moments.
Nice done! Buo ko may flicker. Buwelo. Kunin mo nga Gili to. Kaya mo si Benny. Nice, Carl. Papunta ako. Makalaw. Nice, boy. Kuha ko. Mamunta tayo, pre. Right side. Pilitable, wala silang pera. Pilitable nga. Tingin sa akin, Huli pera!
Did you see that? How hard they were pressing on the recall button.
Yeah, not on the attack, but the recall button. And it seems like Sanford, despite the MVP performance, did not get the memo. He did not equip the Team Liquid recall. I noticed that. Did you all notice that?
Yeah.
I wanted to say, but it was, they were moving too fast.
Yeah. I mean, well, he still got the MVP performance anyway. And the stickers, the emotes were there all throughout, so...
He was on point.
It was still.
He was on point. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Team Liquid Philippines for ya. Just one game win away from securing at least top 2 going into the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, the MLBB x Naruto collaboration is here.
It's beginning today, May 2. No, not today's not. Oh, today's May 2.
It is. Yes.
Try your luck with the skins.
That's what he was doing.
To receive the exclusive skins for Naruto, Lucas, Sasuke Suyo, Sakura Kalea, and Kakashi Hayabusa, plus other exclusive rewards.
Yeah, I just got the Naruto Lucas skin, and if you want to participate, you also have the Path of the Ninja event to get the exclusive Gaara skin for Veil for free, plus a lot more exclusive in-game items. I'm actually surprised there's a lot more goodies available from emotes, borders, Insta, quick chats. There's a lot. It is a jam-packed collab. It's not just the skins.
I am a big fan of the voice lines. So get on it. Again, Path of the Ninja for all of y'all who are Titan Dias. But if I were you, I would load up and get to spinning. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more match ahead of y'all tonight. It is Smart Omega still holding on for dear life, maybe, to make it through the playoffs, and the fallen AP Bren looking to block the barangay from their hopes and dreams into making it into the promised land. Any final thoughts before we move on and take a quick break before we get you back into the action?
I'm wondering if we'll see something similar to how previously eliminated teams suddenly get a jump in performance from AP Bren heading into this match up against Smart Omega.
Yeah, hopefully AP Bren can end their season with their heads up high. It's just tough because them ending their season heads up high means they're going to have to break someone's hearts.
Hey, season 15 is not over just yet. We're just about to get started. The playoffs is right around the corner. As for now, it has been an honor. Thank you so much. My Genins, Renmar Kun, Brigida Chan, Leo here at your service. We'll be right back. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 15.
easily with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Naruto が帰ってきたぞ。黒野、力を貸してくれ。第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。 つやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
It's been a long time. Martizzi versus his master, Martizzi. Martizzi, the long lost battle.
Eto na! Old Echo versus current Echo. Kaya pa bang subal ng mga old sa mga current? Saida versus Carl Tizzy. Eto na yun, ang pinakahihintay ng lahat. JP versus Yawi.
Mukhang natagalan yata ang pagdating mo, Sasuke. Yun ba yun? Yun ba yun? Tama, di ba? Natagalan ka ata ng dating, Sasuke. Yun! Naruto naman, oh. Ikaw nabida sa ano, gusto mo ikaw mabida sa laro. Okay rin, ha?
Dapat na gano'n tayo pero yung Naruto dito. Tara, gano'n tayo.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
さよなら。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目火影を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
It's been a long time. Martizi versus his master, Martizi. Martizi, the long lost battle.
Eto na! Old Echo versus current Echo. Kaya pa bang subal ng mga old sa mga current? Saida versus Carltizi. Eto na yun, ang pinakahihintay ng lahat. JP versus Yawi.
Mukhang natagalan yata ang pagdating mo, Sasuke. Yun ba yun? Yun ba yun? Tama, di ba? Natagalan ka ata ng dating, Sasuke. Yun! Naruto naman, Os. Ikaw na bida sa ano, gusto mo ikaw pa bida sa laro. Okay rin, ha?
Dapat na gano'n tayo pero yung Naruto dito. Tara, gano'n tayo.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Pinas Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reseta. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS, parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Konnichiwa, minasan. Leo desu, alongside Brigida-chan and Renmar-kun. Genki desu ka?
Hi, Genki desu. And we are back for Actually, this isn't the last match of anyone just yet, right? For the regular season, but it's probably one of the most important ones for Smart Omega to get their last chance in the playoffs.
Yep, it's now or never final lap. This is one of their last few chances. They cannot mess up anymore.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 15. It's Week 8, Day 1, match number 2. It is the Beekeepers versus the Gatekeepers. Can the Barangay keep AP Bren at bay, or will AP Bren gatekeep the Omega Barangay from the playoffs? We'll find out in just a bit. Real quick, a recap. We just witnessed the cavalry stampede right through the Phoenix Army in a grueling sweep. It was so fast, a total of about 26 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Individually performing really, really well, in contrast to TNC, where it feels like some were performing really, really aggressive, but some were slightly hesitant and behind in terms of that same level of aggression.
Yeah, could have been a lot better for the Phoenix Army. Could have been a better day for them.
We'd like to thank one of our partners in esports, Time Zone. They have an exclusive promo just for you. Get 400 pesos of power load for only 200 pesos.
All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. If you are a foreigner watching this right now and you are planning to go to the Philippines for the playoffs, stop by a Time Zone. It's one of the best places on earth. I promise you that. So many options for games there. And, by the way, you can also get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Make sure you don't miss out on amazing and exciting TT Racing Gaming Chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has got your back. Now, with that said, there has been a shift in the standings. I think we'll update that in just a bit, given that we have about 10 minutes and change before the action begins. Team Liquid Philippines are about yay closer to actually securing top bracket.
Yeah, it's literally just a single game that they have to get away from Aurora tomorrow. And that's the first Series 2 of the day. So for 2 consecutive days, they're playing first, and they've been playing in a really great shape, which is why they've regained the top 1 spot after all.
Yep, net game wins. The numbers looking better for them there as well. So imagine tomorrow you're a member of the cavalry and the Northern Lights take game number 1. Instantly, you're already going, oh man, what about our spot, our possibility? Because again, tomorrow is the last match of Team Liquid Philippines for the regular season. Same goes, not for Aurora though, because Aurora will still have a match against Falcons at the end of the season.
Yeah, they're literally closing out the regular season.
Yeah.
Let's zoom in on the current match at hand. It's Smart Omega, number 7, and AP Bren at number 8. These two are going to be in action, a best of 3 tonight. And as you can see, it's not all roses for these two teams. Smart Omega, again, good news is they can still make it to the playoffs. Bad news is it's going to be a very, very tough ride. We will share with you the permutations later on, the exact details of their final lap conditions for them to be able to make it to the playoffs. If they don't do that, if they are not successful there, it's going to be Season 13 all over again. Omega missing out.
Yep. It's 3 straight days, actually. Like, if you're not diving to the specifics yet, it's 3 straight days of them having to pay attention to what's going to happen, because even up until the last day, it's out of their hands, but they still have to watch out for something to make sure that they'll get in.
Yeah, for this one though, okay, we've always talked about making sure that you just take care of what you can control. So their poison, their Lason, is just going to be as strong as Orochimaru's. Can they somehow, as they have always done in the past, near the end of a regular season, turn things around? Can they ensure that a usual thing that happens for teams in MPL Philippines is if someone's already out of playoffs contention, suddenly they turn into gods for some reason, and they end the season on a high note. Can they defeat AP Bren today?
Yep.
It starts there. That's not the only way they can get in, but it starts there because, as you saw, Twisted Minds are at 3 points, Smart Omega are at 2. So if they at least can even that out, then we have a conversation. But as it is, it's Twisted Minds on top by 1.8. Massive 1 point, and that is the weight looming over the Barangay's shoulders right now. You can see how you know, I can't read their body language as is, you know, like last week, they dropped the tralala and then won against Twisted Minds. Like today, I don't know what it is.
It's so hard. I feel like the barangay always shows up in, well, under Jome's lead in a very jolly state or personality. That's Big J we're talking about anyway, but here it is. Here are the specifics.
Yeah, so let's just look at the condition. They have to win both matches, not necessarily a sweep, just win both matches against AP Bren and Onyx. And this is what Brigida and Leo were mentioning earlier about the thing that they cannot control, is that they have to watch out and see that Onyx Philippines beats Twisted Minds. Now, if say Omega can beat AP Bren and Onyx, the funny thing is, will they go into the Onyx Twisted Minds game thinking, you know what, I think Onyx has us in the bag, or be thinking, guys, we just beat Onyx, can they actually secure our slot for us, right? So even if they win their 2 series, it's like they're just gonna stay nervous at that point.
It's a love-hate relationship. Again, very Naruto Sasuke of these 2 teams. I'm talking about Omega and Onyx. If we do get to there, first off, they gotta run through the Bees. They gotta run through AP Bren. Here's the head-to-head. Andoryu the Nightmare versus the man with a million moves. James Panks, both despite their less than stellar status with their teams in Season 15, are always such a spectacle to watch.
I agree. Andoryu, even in the previous seasons, he's came to a point where he's been considered as one of the most improved players even, and internationally, even gaining recognition for the way he's able to perform as a jungler. But a lot of us have been looking for that exact performance in this season's Smart Omega. They've been through a lot of changes here and there, but we're yet to see Andoryu get back to the Andoryu we know, whereas for James Panks, he's been consistent if it's in terms of performance.
Yeah, you know what, James Panks is my most improved player for the season. Because we've seen this growth here in MPL Philippines. And I see the comment section, I see what a lot of people, not just here locally, but across the world are saying about James Panks, wherein they're all saying, keep the guy. If AP Bren are looking to revamp, you revamp around James Panks.
Yep. I don't know if it's something either between trust the process, because I personally would think I'd like to trust the process with these guys, but keeping James Panks is also one of the givens of like what you need to do moving forward with AP Bren.
But here's the thing, if you're talking about Lason, the Venom that could cross you over, I think Andoryu's got it in the bag. He is the Nightmare. I'm asking you guys, whose Lason is stronger? Who has the most potent Venom? Is it Orochimaru, the villain of Naruto's very first arc in the anime? Is it Sasori? Who's Sasori?
The puppet guy.
Oh, I don't think they have much of a poison. Or Kabuto, the second man, the lieutenant to Orochimaru's villain arc. Or is it Smart Omega?
we suddenly find themselves in the Naruto.
There's a correct answer, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's Orochimaru.
What?
The man is still relevant in the science division of the Konohamaru village, Konohagakure village, and he's still there. They've forgotten that he tried to ruin them, yet now they accept him, and his kid is running around hanging out with the kids of Naruto and everyone else.
Does he still have long hair?
Sure he does. That's part of his character design.
Yeah, it's part of his snake-like form.
Back into the action here. Let's talk about our predictions. Who do y'all think is going to win this best of 3? You can use your MPL emotes to convey your answer, and here's mine. Wait, is that? Yeah, that's the right one. There you go. I think Barangay Smart Omega's taking this. I want the MPL universe to be on the ride with us and see if they're gonna make it.
I'm with you on that one, you know.
Okay.
I'm with you there, Leo. I'm an Omega girly here.
Are you an Omega girly?
Okay,
Omega man. I'm Omega man.
Here's the thing. There's part of me who also wants
Rockman in Japan.
Us to not know what will happen up until the very last day. But there's a part of me which wants to see these MDL graduates actually gain a win before they... Oh, there you go. There is my prediction. I'd actually want to see them see the silver lining in their current situation and perform all out and take a win before they exit the season.
Of course, as a back-to-back MDL Best Talent winner, you want to see these, you know, league-grown talents also find their win. Yeah, I get it. You know, I don't take it against you, Bree.
The first and only 2-time Best MDL Talent has spoken.
She is her. Ladies and gentlemen, I've gotten word that the teams are ready to walk on the stage, so let's welcome Smart Omega and AP Bren, ready for action.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, please welcome our marshals, David, JJ, Juven, and Patrick. The Omega Timers take on what jutsu will Smart Omega unleash? Welcome the EXP laner, Luis! In the jungle, Andoryu! In the mid lane, Ukir! Super Yoshi holds the road! And the big J, Jome, is in the gold lane! Their fighting spirit remains strong. Dati ba y'all? Cheer your loudest for AP Bren! In the EXP lane, where is he? He's there! In the jungle, James Pan! In the mid lane, welcome back to the MPL, Sindel! In the roam, it's Kekadon! And in the gold lane, Shizo! Welcome their coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach CJ.
We're gonna be going a little different this time pagdating sa roles. Andoryu, and making his debut, Sindel, step forward. Andoryu, parang iba ang gigil mo ngayong araw ah. Ano ba ang palag mo ay Sindel?
Ang palag ko, huwag yung pogi.
Mukhang tumumpak, Sindel ah. Welcome back to the MPL and you're playing. Pero paano ka mag-iiwan ng panalo para sa AP Bren? Ano ang palag mo?
Good luck. Isasama namin kayo sa bakasyon.
Sama-sama tayo papunta sa La Union. Fist bump. Gentlemen, AP Bren, Smart Omega, do your thing as well. La Union, Boracay, kayo nang bahala dyan sa comment section. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Before they move on and get out of town, they gotta get into the land of Dawn. What does Smart Omega bring into this match?
Well, Omega brings what I would like to call, and what everyone has called, their Blason. Yes, there's always the thing about teams who are already eliminated being strong, but Omega always has that for them. And let's look at more tangible things. Super Yoshi and Ukir have proven that if they are on their A game for a day, Andoryu just tears everything up in front of him. So let's stick with that. Super Yoshi, Ukir, make things a little bit easier for your captain Jome. Let him focus in the gold lane. Make sure you guys dictate the tempo so that Jome is a little bit happier and has an easier time farming while Andoryu is just tearing everyone up.
That's a plan I can get behind because I understand it. Now what AP Bren is doing, I don't clearly understand. They're bringing in an MPL veteran into their lineup. He was not originally part of the main five when they won the MPL, but Brigida, Sindel is now playing!
Right in the middle. It's Sindel who used to be part of MPL 2 back in Season 5 when he started. But ever since that, he's been around in the amateur scene, gaining a lot of experience there too. And he's been with this roster for quite some time. So this probably is one of the main things we are going to indeed focus on when it comes to their lineup, because this could potentially shake things up. I know we recognize Sindel mostly as a gold laner, occasionally in sometimes even a roamer, but now it's a mid lane role he's taking.
You're referring to his outing in Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6, where he was playing under the name of Omsim. That's the very last time I remember seeing Sindel play. How is he going to change the dynamics? Are these stats going to significantly change for AP Bren, given now that they have a new mid laner? It's not Chopskirt, it's Sindel!
Yeah, this is the thing, folks. I don't know. I have made a promise to myself. I do not want to say that a lot as an analyst, but I legitimately don't know, because what are you doing, AP Bren? So is that now... Does that mean that they have the poison, the venom factor with them? The fact that Omega is looking at for them, a big question mark? Like, how does this guy play? What does he like to play? Where does he position? Is he aggressive, defensive? You don't know.
And on top of it all, why?
Why?
That is the biggest W that they are asking even before they get a taste of that W, which they clearly need. Not to mention what's on the horizon, the world champions, the defending champions of MPL Philippines waiting. Cue that AJ Styles Undertaker meme from the internet. Now, going into the bout here, we're waiting for the update on which side which these squads are going for. Again, it is Smart Omega's choice first, given the home side advantage. But before that, let's go ahead and take a listen to the Smart Pink test, what exactly goes on as these two teams prepare for combat.
Check nga pero daw magsasalita. Ayoko ilabas yung mga bars ko dito. Okay na? Okay na? Okay, first match. First game and last game. Huwag mo na isipin yung past, tol. Huwag mo na isipin yung past. James Punks, the future. Nagsalita na ako, wala na.
Bili na kayo Naruto guys, nandun si Sasuke, si Kakashi, tsaka si Naruto, tsaka si Sasuke, tsaka si Gaara, naglalaban, tsaka si Boruto. Wala pa pala nun. Bibigyan ko kayong mindsetting. Hindi mahalaga manalo o matalo, mahalaga na perform mo yung best mo. Isipin mo, lahat na nangyayaring to, may purpose ni God para sa'yo.
That's our Smart Pink test, bringing you low latency gaming with smart, sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
A lot like our good friend Carl Rockhart, though, I did not know that Ukir got into dishing out life motivation quotes.
Yep. So let's look at the Infinix keys to victory. Here's something motivating for Joe. Be the leader your team needs. When your team dares, you be the one to do. All right? So, what does that mean for Joe? Well, we've always had this thing about him as the captain wherein it's kind of tough. Can he actually balance winning in the gold lane with shot calling? Because recently he's been dipping in his performance in the gold lane duels. So, what does that mean for you to be the leader that your team needs? Let's see if you can actually balance your life. It's like a double life for him. Leave a statement, Sindel. We don't know you. We don't know what you bring to the table as a mid laner specifically. So please enlighten us. You said first game, last game. Make a big enough statement that this might just be the beginning of more games for you, maybe for next season. And for both, flex your poison.
Yep.
Sindel's already one of them.
I really like the last one though, since Sindel really makes you wonder. Because if it's Chop Skirt, you already have quite an idea that it's mostly the Farsas, it's mostly the ranged artillery mages. But if it's Sindel, like, could there be a possibility of them bringing in something unique to the mid lane?
Kimmy?
Kimmy?
I'm thinking Kimmy.
I mean, he has in the past for sure played Kimmy in gold, but not in mid. And that adds to the mystery, that adds to the unknown. The confusion that could be among the ranks of the barangay, but looking at the body language of Coach Snap, Coach Lembot, the rest of the players, like, it's not even a problem. They go ahead and make a decision to go blue side, which again, is still the proactive side. It is where you get to win the draft a little more, to get to control it more, especially with the power picks, the openers.
Yeah. I wonder what the priority is going to be for Smart Omega here, though. I feel like we have seen sometimes or some certain weeks wherein there have been really great performances, specifically from Super Yoshi. But why does it happen that every now and then it suddenly dips, similar to what Red Mars mentioned about Jome? I think it's not just Jome. So it feels like it's been a struggle for Smart Omega to stay consistent in terms of their performance. But let's see now that they're up against AP Bren, and most of the junglers are actually still open. Okay.
Ooh, Moskov ban. They really don't want to give the Moskov. So are they signaling for a rush priority in the first phase for their gold laner right away? That's That makes Joy readily available for them, meaning AP Bren are going to be thinking about banning it out. With Matilda taken out, Chip gone as well. I think Joy goes in here, and then you just go either Granger. You go Granger, you're not going to go Harith with the Joy, unless you feel so loco today. Oh, they go Kalea instead.
That's what I'm thinking. Is the reason why they don't go Joy first is Haya is still out there. And you want to give Andorio at least a Joy or a Haya, one or the other. Maybe even a Ling. So they're not worried about that.
Yeah, so James Panks also, or for AP Bren, the tendency really is usually to pick up James Panks' hero right now. So, but this is something new. Or maybe because they aren't necessarily in blue side, but despite all that's open, none of our teams are rushing the jungler just yet.
Yeah, they'd rather go for priority in the EXP lane and mid lane protection priority. My money's still on Kimmy, I'm not gonna lie.
You might see a Kimmy.
Yeah. Folks, like this is why it's unique here. Look at Shizo and Sindel on the draft.
Yeah.
They're both registered as gold laners for the season. So then you're putting a gold laner, registered gold laner, in the mid. Come on. It's either a Kimmy or a Nathan.
No, honestly, even in ranked games, I feel like Kimmy mid shows up more often than Kimmy gold. So, I
That's
don't
her
know.
proper spot. As a mid laner who's played Kimmy, I love her in the mid lane.
Yeah, right.
She's a setter. But, okay, they pick up Joy, Kalea. In terms of the meta standard, I love this draft already from Omega.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy. They're covered damage-wise. They're just hoping that AP Bren doesn't end up with pieces that rushes priority for the Purify, as we saw earlier when Yawi was playing the Kalea up against Team Liquid. So far, because of the ordering of it, how it makes sense to most of the trends, I prefer Omega.
Yeah. Also, because the CC was picked at a very odd spot. It's easier to get out one or the other because now they're forced to go, do we Harith or do we Haya? And then you have to lose the other two on the way out.
Oh, they might go. Are they thinking of going Harith mid?
Oh.
That's a little loco, sir. That's a little loco, sir.
That's an RG strat.
That is just because Sindel is playing? I don't think so. I think Sindel has some modicum of a normal mid hero pool.
Yeah, and there's a Joy too on Smart Omega's side. So I'm not entirely sure if they'd be confident enough to really play it in the mid lane, given the current situation.
This is literally with wearing a bedazzled singlet during your final lap. This is the final lap, so they're trying something out.
Yeah. AP Bren, for something more normal, take out the Phobius. You already have the Harith CC with you. You wouldn't want to go up against a Phobius on the other side. Sure, take away the low E, take away a comfort from Ukir, but then if you're all going to go like close range, you have to watch out for the potential sudden Faramis swing that Ukir likes to go for. So if you want, you can ban out the Phobius, pick up the Valentina 4, so you block out the Faramis, but then the range will be going to the side of Omega. You're going to need to balance it out with a strong diving backliner, which would be Hayabusa potentially as your last pick for AP Bren.
Not that Coach CJ, nor Coach Pakbet, nor Coach Jeff could hear me, but I don't think Red 4 Blind Valentina would be worth it. Because as it is, the 3 picks, right? Nothing you want to steal. And again, it's Sindel in mid. Like, nothing against the player, right? It's just Valentina blind pick is already hard for me to understand even from the best of the best.
Although, there goes the focus though. So...
You could be Sans, you could be Sanji, and I would still blink when you pick Valentina blind.
You already have the ultimate of the Kalea you could steal though. And usually they're known to steal away the Joy,
I guess.
ultimate.
Yeah. But those are dive-ults.
Fair.
So do they go for the Valentina? Or Faramis? Or does Sindel really plan to show us something unique in the mid lane? I mean, they can also like pick up James Panks' hero here if they want.
Haya first and then keep the surprise.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Where is this going?
Whoa. But
Looks like the only option is mid Angela, and then so Sindel's played Angela.
Yep. The registered gold laner. That's an Angela mid.
I can't believe we're seeing all these surprises in week 8. So does it warrant Faramis all the more now? Or
well,
you can go burst?
Yeah, you could just go straight up burst. Faramis would be okay, honestly. But if you just want to like piss them off, honestly, go Farsa.
Yeah.
If you go the Farsa, then your EXP lane though, Either has to be something really active or tanky. You can either go Hylos or Hilda. Oh, no, Glue, excuse me. Yeah, this is the Glue there. Forgot it. Oh, but they go with the Vexana instead.
Wait. Whoa! Wait.
It's the Jungle Alice. There's this. It's close to 1 million, but you know, like this is a move that is very bold of the young James Panks.
I can't believe it. It's not an assassin that James Panks is going to play in this game. It's an Alice. It's such a twisted mind kind of draft.
Yeah, down to the T. The roam Gatotkacha, the mid lane Angela, and then you get the potential Angela CC pairing.
Yeah.
It's also paired up with an Alice. This is so Twisted Minds coded here by AP Bren. I wonder I had a hard time reading it.
They shared notes.
I mean, if we were probably a few patches back, even the backshot could have been a suggestion, but like in James Panks' hands, I wouldn't expect him to pick up the Alice, but here we are.
Game number 1 in this best of 3. Again, Smart Omega need to win this series, and AP Bren could deny them just that hopes of making it into the playoffs.
In week 3, when AP Bren and Twisted Minds faced off against each other, in game number 3, Twisted Minds fielded the lineup of Agatotkacha, Angela Mid, Jungle Alice, XPCC, and a gold lane Granger.
Oh.
So the only difference here is that Twisted Minds is running with a Harith instead of a Granger for their side, but I feel like a Harith too with an Angela is a scarier deal. So there's a lot of options for the Angela to work out. You have a strong fallback for the early game before the Alice is actually quite online to fight. You have the Angela CC combo together that even if they lose the early game, just keep it close.
Yeah.
Turtle 2 or Turtle 3, put Angela and CC together, and then you could win an engagement from there.
But what about Radiant Armor?
Yep.
But what about Dominance Ice? There's so much that's present to answer. Oh my God! Congratulations, Brent. Did he score one?
The money he spent on diamonds, I believe he could have gotten a new Infinix device for himself.
But hey, you know what? Skins over skill, you know?
Yeah.
True.
He made that choice.
This guy really is one of the most loyal member of the Bees. Up until oh, there's some. Wow.
All right, for reals this time, there's the Sakura Halia
Naruto.
skin.
Yeah.
Yep, rocked by Super Yosh, who, by the way, played Kalia last week, too.
Yes.
Yep.
Went well against Twisted Minds. The 2 games he got to play Kalea there was a victory for the Barangay.
Against Twisted Minds, and now they're going up against a very similar lineup too to Twisted Minds.
But like first half of the season, Twisted Minds.
It's Sindel on the Angela mid once again that we're seeing with cooldown reduction, mystery shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wants to be able to scale up quicker. I think because knowing that the Angela's going to be present in fights a lot, not going to be spending a lot of time getting gold through the lane. Wants to get items much quicker. All right. Trying to see here where maybe Bren could potentially start things off. Yeah, usually for Alice, since it's been a while, main condition, Clock of Destiny. Once that Clock of Destiny is already there as your first item, that's your go time. Before that, you want to be a little bit slower, try not to be overly aggressive. Once you get the Clock of Destiny and it's even close, maybe Omega wins the first few trades, it's still good for AP Bren.
Yeah.
That's the thing, you're looking for trades.
Yep.
What if Omega don't allow for that? They have a very strong pick-off. You have Super Yoshi, you have Lewis. Those alone, whatever you answer with, even if you do get hard guard, they could just kill, retreat, kill, retreat.
But then James Panks too, even on this Alice, I'm thinking we'd see a lot more of his killer instinct, and there you go, Luis, close call for him, but Kekidat might be traded here. Andorio dances with the electrifying beats, and it is gonna be first blood going into the hands of Omega.
That's not how you do it. Not like that, AP Bren. Again, we literally just set the condition for you guys for the early game. I know you guys were trying to get down Luis, but then where's everybody else on the map? Even if that was just the glue there that you saw, there's a high chance because of the early game, Turtle about to come up, that the other members of Omega are close by. don't know why they triggered that.
Oh, they walked into that one. Tsunami Slam!
And Super Yoshi's just right there. Kekidot once again might fall. And that's his second death of the day. James Pax, even with the hard guard, won't survive. 4 members of Smart Omega. And they take Sindel along with them too.
3 for free. The barangay are running through the bees. Renmar, is it just me or did Sindel not press the blood flow when he should have?
Yeah, James Banks, I think, could
James
not,
Banks, rather.
He could not flowing blood. Something may have interrupted him as he was just about to press it. Usually that's the case for Alice's. He already threw it out, so he already had the mindset of, okay, I want to get out of here. But something might have micro-stunned him just for, enough for him to not press it.
Kept him in place. That is tragic for AP Bren, who are down now about 2,000 gold. And that reflects all across the map. If anything, it's just Der who's flourishing in the aggression that Omega are putting out.
That delays AP Bren's timers a lot more. Since earlier it was just Kekidot being the one who's constantly eliminated by Smart Omega, but even James Pax getting caught in and getting delayed in terms of his farming, that's not a good sign for AP Bren at this point.
Yeah. Oh.
There's another Tsunami Slam too. Hard guard once again, already done with its cooldown, but I don't think Dare would have been able to survive that either way. And now they're able to go in, contest the purple buff, which goes into the hands of James Pax nonetheless. But Super Yoshi with another Tsunami Slam. It's just making things so hard for James Pax to actually move around.
You know what? I think it's a happy accident that Sindel's ult did not go all the way to there.
Yeah.
That would have been a double.
Absolutely disastrous start here for AP Bren. Them taking overly aggressive skirmish before the first turtle eventually got punished into a great call by Omega to decide to tell Luis, leave the CC there. We don't care if the CC gets gold from the energy shield, but we can pressure the jungle even more with the glue. Now with 5 assists, this glue is going to be unstoppable up until AP Bren are full built on their items.
Yeah, it's a 5-0 right now for Smart Omega. Clearly on the snowball, and now they catch Dare once again, forcing out the hard guard from Sindel.
So the former gold laner / roamer of AP Bren is now forced to babysit. He's literally just there to not allow Omega these free kills. But here's the worst thing, all right? If he does fail, that's 2 free kills to the barangay.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
He's here alone, and there's no hard guard to keep him alive. Ukir's now on a killing spree. And Super Yoshi goes in once again. Tsunami Slam into the bullets coming in from Dome. And 2 members are down once more for the Bees.
It happened again.
Yep. This time it was the terrifying grasp of the Vixana stopping James Pax from getting away. And it turned into Super Yoshi with a great call to flicker Tidal Strike to make sure that he can get the Tsunami Slam onto Sindel. Again, it's just, it's an absolute dog water start for AP Bren. No other way to put it. Everything that they could have done wrong happened, and everything that Omega could have done right happened.
The barangay are dog walking AP Bren right now. Every single turtle, every single turret that they set their eyes on, every kill that they could, they got. And again, the fact that it's there who's flourishing is a non-starter. He's literally the one lane that Omega don't care about.
Yeah, he's all flourishing, but just single Rhapsody already brings him down to half HP. So that says a lot about the current situation AP Bren is currently in. Aside the fact that James Pax still needs to farm, Shizu still needs to farm, everyone still needs to farm, but how could you farm if you're just being thrown right like that? There's a counter AOG coming in from Kekidot, but will they have enough damage to deal with this?
Nope.
Shizu on the Zaman Force, trying to somehow respond to Smart Omega, but they just walk away.
You cannot escape the escape artist. Renmar, you saw what I saw.
Yep, and that was AP Bren. My goodness, they threw everything they could just not get that glue down and not get anyone else out of the side of Omega. They didn't have the damage. They should have just did not have the damage anymore. It was a great setup. Kekidot got a great AOG to follow it up. Dare even had a really good curtain call. But at this point, the lead of Omega is just way too big for AP Bren to do anything good with.
I mean, it's 7 minutes and 7K.
Yep, it's 1,000 and change up per minute. It's literally now a arms race. It's a difference in firepower. They are on different tax brackets, ladies and gentlemen. Smart Omega are sipping champagne while AP Bren are working with scraps.
Yeah, Omega, at this point, Omega can afford to sip on champagne. AP Bren doesn't even need to pay taxes. They're not in the bracket.
They're living on welfare right now. Look, the waves are all they're relying on, but it's at this point, while we're waiting for a Lord about a minute out, Smart Omega says, just freeze.
I wonder what AP Bren's able to do in this kind of situation. I mean, even their reliance on wave clear requires them to at least come close to all these minions, all these waves. And
that's the painful truth is, yes, when it comes down to when they're defending, right? They have very bad wave clear.
I'm gonna say now, if somehow, look, Omega doesn't even have radiant armors, man. That's how much no damage AP Bren has.
All right, they're on their way. Like, most of them are halfway, too.
Halfway. There's an Oracle on there, but the main thing that you could give AP Bren a lot of problems item-wise. Wait.
Oh, there's a curtain call that was used on the two members, though. This might be actually his timing for AP Bren. They go in with his Amon Force as well, but James Pax gets taken out, and they're trying to work on the backlines. Might successfully take out Ukir, and there you go. They actually take out two in exchange of 3 members of the Beast, but Andoryu still chasing after there.
Oh, can he get away? No, he can't. Godlike for the nightmare.
Redmar, you were saying?
Now that's it, AP Bren, like, I mean, there isn't even radiant armors on the side of Omega.
Still!
And they're still struggling, and they're already struggling like this.
And Omega almost dropped the ball, like they almost took a fight that had everything going right for AP Bren.
Yeah.
The AOG, the Zaman Force, the curtain call, but still, the firepower difference, the 8K gold between them.
Ukir's ultimate drops have been on point. The Eternal Guardian of the Vexana have been really, really good. That engagement by AP Bren, that was a 3-man knockup that Ukir got.
Yeah.
And we've been seeing that all throughout this game. So the combination of the Super Yoshi and Ukir bring to the table exactly what we talked about. For them to set the tempo, if they're playing their A game, it makes the life of Andoryu easy, it makes the life of Jome easy. Again, struggling to get a good KDA record, but he hasn't struggled farming. That's a good thing going for Omega.
Yeah, and Andoryu's 7-0-4, so you know he's had a really good time.
Exactly what we said earlier too during the lineups.
His run here is a dream come true. The Nightmare is living a dream come true. Almost perfect joy game. And he's just waiting for the rest of Omega to say, all right, go ahead, power push that bottom lane. We're breaking into the base. Good news for AP Bren is they still at least have a Holy Shield in mid.
Just in mid.
And now they don't.
Now they don't. It's gone even right before the Lord actually makes its way toward their base. And Omega, in just 10 minutes, they've already exposed so much for AP Bren. This is going to be very difficult for them. An Oracle already picked up here by James Pax too, right after the Clock of Destiny.
Okay.
There's so little that you can rely on in terms of damage.
I'll tell you now, this is worse. It's an Athena's shield, Redmar, not even Radiant.
Yeah, that's going to hurt more.
It's a hard stop.
That shuts down the main magic damage dealer, which is the Harith, too. So let's see if AP Bren can somehow pull this off. It's going to be a defense of a lifetime, a punish of a lifetime if they get this right.
Oh, Tidal Strike didn't connect there, and the flicker was forced from Super Yoshi.
Omega, your minion waves.
All right.
There's a lot of focus in the bot lane for a tower. If they don't get a tower with the next minion wave push, kind of overkill for what they did just trying to get that bottom lane inhibitor, which they did.
Yeah, and again, the flicker was already burned for Super Yoshi, so that's a lot.
Yoshi was overprotecting his deathless stat. I mean, you got to get it right. They almost lost that fight in the purple. Almost.
Yeah.
This could have not happened, I guess.
Yeah. Could have walked away with more towers, but you know what? No point crying over spilled milk. It's already happened. Omega already got the tower in the bottom lane, at least. They burned a flicker for Super Yoshi, but majority of the cooldown timer of that has gone away with not a lot happening in the map. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be back for the next major sequence, which will be a Lord take at 30 seconds and counting. While AP Bren already has the info where Super Yoshi is, them going out here would spell their doom.
That's right.
They have to accept that they just got to play in their base.
In my humble opinion, and not like it matters, AP Bren should not contest.
Hey, it does matter.
Thank you. Thank you for the reassurance.
Your opinion matters.
Yes, it does.
You cannot face the darkness alone. It gets lighter when you share it.
That's true.
Oh, but
share your problems with the world.
I just watched Thunderbolts. You'll get it. 9K ahead. Smart Omega start up the Lord. I'd reckon it should be a blitz. Like, oh my God, what's AP Bren doing? You're thinking about it.
They are getting out of the base.
They're thinking about it. They should be welcoming the waves.
Well, Sindel's just waiting.
Back off it. Maybe we whisper
There's a conceal.
Oh, there you go. There's the flicker into the Tsunami Slam, but there's a counter AOG coming in from Kekeda, but everyone's split up. Dare couldn't even find a target from behind, and Andoryu takes down Shizu before he gets to do anything. Now it's Sindel, and a flicker from Jong to seal the triple, and James Pax will be able to escape, but not for long, because there's Luis catching him with a grab, and Jong goes for the Maniac!
Smart Omega marching straight for the base.
This is game number 1, and the Barangay takes it to their hands.
Well, should've listened to us, AP Bren. But Omega, let's focus on them instead. Ukir, Super Yoshi, in their A game, makes the life of Andoryu so easy, which makes captaining, shot calling for Jom so easy, to the point where he could just end it with a big J play, sealing it off with a Maniac. I'd rather look at what Omega did right here. It was clean MLBB, the right calls at the right time.
And this whole time, I think Lewis was just waiting for the glue rework because he looked so comfortable.
Yeah.
There was literally 2 Tsunami Slams. It was the grab, and then the real Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, he caught James Pax, the only member who could have possibly survived after that unsuccessful counter engage from Kekedot on the AOG, but even James Pax wasn't let away.
Yeah, that was hilarious. The blood flow away, James Pax could have survived, but the grab, the rework, the fact that as long as you got the stacks, you just click it, means
you're there.
It was sealed.
Yeah, and the fact that he would also use the flicker aggressively to make sure that he gets his combo in as a glue at the right time as well. It was such a great game there by Luis as the glue. But of course, the MVP is going to be Andoryu, who had a perfect game as this Joy. Exactly what we talked about earlier. Have Ukir and have Super Yoshi do whatever they do cleanly, and Andoryu will serve.
The curly-haired culprit. The main suspect in the murder of AP Bren's re-debut of Sindel. 808, 893. I can smell a BPI Rich performance already with an almost 100% KP.
Every single member of AP Bren at that game couldn't actually find a way to escape the threat of Andoryu once he decides to go in. It all started with Kekedot, the early 2 kills, and then eventually he just had easy access to every other member of AP Bren. Not just to Sindel on the Angela mid, but literally every single other member. Even there, he could like take on Dare whenever he attempted to visit him in his lane. Because again, Smart Omega, Luis almost didn't care about his lane anymore.
And you know what the nail is that broke the camel's back? I'm pretty sure the saying goes something like that. Is the fact that this Joy was a first pick Joy. Not a single hero from AP Bren could stop it.
Nope. It looked like AP Bren went into this with a clear idea of no matter what we're up against,
we pick these.
We're picking Angela, Alice, CC, Gatatkacha, and let's pair it up with a Harith too, you know? It's like, yeah, you got no stoppers there. Your main stopper, it's one dude. It is a Gatatkacha that has to hope with all of the dashes that Joy brings to the table, with everything that the Gatatkacha will inevitably receive every team fight, that his taunt will land on the Joy.
Yeah.
There are easier ways to lock down a Joy. It's just that, you know, logically, Kekedot was dealing with a lot. Kekedot had everything on his plate, and Smart Omega ate it up.
This is
Why do we sound so stressed?
I mean, this is painful to see for a team.
For her specifically.
Yeah, who you want to see at least get a win before they end the season. But it seems like they do have other plans in mind. I just hope that next time they actually want to pull off something like this, they also take into consideration whether or not it's still feasible given the flow of the draft that's happening.
Brigida, I hope to high heaven that they do have something else in mind, because this is not it.
It isn't being or working like round 1 Twisted Minds worked in the past.
Nope. Again, what happened it perplexes me why they would force that catch, that fight onto the glue before the turtle. Doesn't matter when they would play, the Alice wouldn't even contest for the first turtle.
Nope.
They give that up because they know that's not their power spike.
They wouldn't even contest for the Lord.
They wouldn't even contest for the Lord. And then they'll eventually let go in once they know, alright, everything is set. Just if AP Bren want to do things like this, just remember your conditions. They clearly forgot their main important condition, which was don't give an early lead, don't force any early fights, play for when the Alice, you start being aggressive when the Alice is close, very close, or already has the Cloud of Destiny. That's it for the Alice, Angela.
And it sounds like we are rounding out our keys to victory. Confirmed it is Andorio as the BPI Rich guy. We did mention AP Bren. They need to leave a statement. This is not that statement.
No. This isn't the kind of statement we were looking for them. But I believe like there must be, right? There must be, alongside their 4 coaches, something else that they could potentially show us. But now it's just really a smart Omega playing the game and clearly wanting to secure that one condition among their multiple conditions in order to make it into the playoffs.
They're 1 game away. They're 1 game away. And with Andorio at the lead, who they've been given a more forward-facing role in the team. BPI Rich guy for game number 1, hitting about 11,600 total gold, almost reaching the 900 GPM mark. I think he is the key. I'll tell you now, Big Joe, he's going to do his thing, you know, the way he has been for the better part of 18 months. But I think Andorio is key to unlocking the true potential of Smart Omega's Venom in Season 15.
Yeah, Jome, I feel like Big J needs to evolve into Captain J, accept that captaincy role.
Big J.
That, okay, he's going to focus on his lane, not to win, but just get the gold. While he's already also looking at the map, trying to captain. Once he's in a comfortable spot to gold, that's when he can bring back a little bit of the Big J. But majority of the game, it's going to be Andorio. You play around with that jungler. It looks like they understood it. Because, again, it wasn't just Super Yoshi no Kier. At one point, Lewis left the EXP, was like, I don't care about the CC. We don't care about CC getting gold. That's just the CC. What about let's play with 2 roamers to supplement this Joy really well and take the Alice out of her jungle?
Yeah. All matchups clearly were in favor of Smart Omega right there, but what could have happened if it weren't? If Big J wasn't able to do his job, or if somehow, some way, they were able to prevent this clean game from Andorio, right? But that's something for later in the upcoming draft, I guess. But for now, clearly, AP Bren has to work on some things.
That's a big what if. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. A lot of questions for AP Bren this time around, but I'm sure there's a lot of y'all wondering, where did Sindel come from? Why is he suddenly playing now for AP Bren? Good news is we have Hans ready to tell y'all the story of the once known Jiraxtu, the MPL veteran amongst AP Bren. Take a listen to this All Access.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. And before we toss it over to game number 2, I am just right in front of the audience for AP Bren, hoping na maka-reverse sweep nila dito going up against Smart Omega na naghahabol pa rin para sa final playoff spot. One of the highlights that I actually want to take note of is a player making his debut para sa araw na ito. Walang iba kundi si Sindel. Probably talking more about his 7-year history playing MLBB as an amateur to a professional player. Si Sindel, dating kilala bilang Jiraxno, is actually a returning MPL PH player. Yung pinakauna niyang season was in Season 5 under the banner of BSP. Probably the logo that you see on your screens right now. And after 1 season, he also dived into the amateur scene before finding his way into Echo Proud's MDL team in MDL Philippines Season 2. And eventually, napunta siya sa Lazy Esports, who in last season has gotten the victory in MDL Philippines Season 4. Since then, he was part of AP Bren at ngayon, he wants to be able to finish strong and contribute para maipanalo niya ang kanyang kupunan to go up against Smart Omega. Kung narinig nga natin kanina, it was Sindel, formerly Jiraxno, na sinabi na gusto niyang isama sa bakasyon ng Smart Omega, but it looks like in terms of the performance na nakita natin sa bagong barangay ay hindi nagbago, or merong mga adjustments na talagang ginawa sila for them to be able to do something effectively. And Natanong ko rin siya kanina if he's actually happy to come back here, and he was very happy to do that given that most of the roles that he was investing in the team is more on the analyst side. It is very understandable that AP Bren has a lot of coaches, very talented coaches, but it wouldn't really be bad kung sasama na rin siya in providing some analysis para sa kanyang kupunan. And there were also times na hindi siya nakakalaro, but it is also an added point for him para mas lalong maibigay ang kanyang best para sa laban na ito. That is it for Sindel as we head over into game number 2. Balik natin sa ating mga casters.
Thanks, Hans. Again, that all access giving us a little bit of a peek into exactly where Sindel came from and how he ended up with AP Bren. Right back into the action. We are at game 2 of this best of 3 against Smart Omega at match point rather. And we have news that AP Bren are subbing out.
Wait, is this right?
Yeah. The player we just took about 2 minutes to talk about clearly to just give y'all an insight. He was right. It was his first game and his last game in Season 15. Chovskirt is coming in.
Yeah, prophetic statement there by Sindel. Because usually, again, the distinction is games and series. If you wanted to play the whole series, you should have said first and last series, not first game, last game.
But he said game. And now we're seeing Chovskirt again, the exact same lineup of AP Bren throughout the entirety of the regular season. So, I don't know, like, honestly, now it makes me wonder a lot more. Like, was that just really the plan for them in game number 1? Bringing in Sindel and trying to pull off the Alice or the Alice Jella? Or
all right. The only real logical reason this will make sense is if they really wanted to just let Sindel play. Because she was performing, man. She's the silent kid. So even when they were losing with that Harrod, like he had some semblance, right? He had some signs of life. But now with AP Bren going red, could this be them trying to pick a side that allows them to recover easier?
The second time they're going in red.
Yeah. I feel like I like this approach because I think I will subscribe to that thought that it really feels like, all right, we want to get Sindel at least one game in the MPL before the season ends. This isn't their last series, but they have another series later in the week. However, now you bring in Chovskirt. I like it because it goes to show, especially with them picking a red side, is that, you know what, we will just reiterate on our plan. We are not, hopefully, not going to go for the Alice Angela anymore. But them being on the red side shows that they clearly have a plan cooking up for them.
Yeah.
Because they chose it.
We want to see Chovskirt on anything but an Angela. To me, it was less the Alice. We've seen Alice work here and there. It's just, yeah, you play with a player like Sindel, you play with a player like Chovskirt. Again, we were one, basically screaming out the Kimmy. But now with Chovskirt back in, we want the more sound mage picks. We want a Farsa, we want an Eve. Maybe here we see the blind pick Valentina. I wouldn't like it, but it'll make more sense.
They're literally one step away. Smart Omega is from getting one of their conditions and completing the sweep, the revenge that they won against AP Bren for previously beating them in the first half of the regular season. So AP Bren, they really have to show us something this time around. And they decide to ban 3 junglers in the red side.
Whoa!
So it's just, what's left there? It's just the Suyos.
The Suyo, the Ling, the Nolan.
Oh, but Ling, if it's Sandoryu and James Pax, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we might see a Link third pick for AP Bren. But then Andor, you can just go ahead and rush it in the first base as well. They already have the Kaleo on their side.
That's right.
They get the Granger. Okay, a little bit of better matchup here for Shizo. Good range. See them go for a flex. You don't need to rush a Suyo, but they just... No, I want to see them go for the Ling instead. They get the Low Yi. Let's see. Low Yi, the past for AP Bren has been quite passive. We usually don't get to see a lot of aggressive Low Yi plays by AP Bren, usually because they're already struggling in the early to mid game execution-wise.
But this is yeah, that's one thing. We really want to see the championship Luyi that they previously had back in the day when they were still in MDL. But hopefully we see it here. But for Smart Omega, is it their time to take away that jungler?
It looks like Coach Snap is really knee-deep in a conversation with Andori, who was about 2 inches away from him. Like, Coach, let me have it, Coach!
I mean, there's a Hanzo too, but...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, it's still Sasuke!
Look at the smile on his face. Like, Coach, you sure? Yeah. Coach, are you sure?
Just when everyone else wasn't there.
It also kind of looked like that Coach... Oh! Really just go in the Twisted Minds route.
This is Twisted. The only other team to make this work was Twisted Minds with MP the King playing Leomord. And for the Suyo, there's only really one player that makes it work here post-patch, and that's Demon Kite. Aurora's Demon Kite.
Was it also against Omega that Twisted Minds brought that out? It was, right?
Yes.
Game 1 Leomord, yeah.
Yep. Last weekend, Saturday. All right, so I don't know how to feel. But here's the thing. Good news for AP Bren. The damage profile makes sense for Oathkeeper, for Leomord's passive. Like, that's enough burst of both magic and physical variety for, you know, Leomord to do work.
And they can really play around with the diversions. Not to mention that we don't actually know who their initiators are going to be just yet, who their frontliners are going to be just yet, but...
Ooh. I want to see more magic damage on the side of AP Bren if they can still slot some in. Maybe the EXP late. If they can go Edith.
You punish that Suyo.
Yeah, I want to see more crowd control magic. Go for Edith. If they're gonna if they're gonna rely solely on the low E4 magic damage, I wouldn't be that big a fan of that.
Yep, Suyo would dive into that, no problem.
Yep,
I would.
But what does it? Okay, so they take out the Selena last. So no soft counters just yet for the Louis. All other global presence heroes mostly are out as well.
Before they go Valdir Rome or something like that. Not gonna be a fan of it.
That's a little Geeler.
Yeah, it will be.
That's crazy for those non-Bahasa speakers.
Yeah, just put a magic damage dealing EXP later. I'm thinking for Romer that
Hylos though.
Hylos is there.
Yeah,
that would be terrifying. Like a bush that you did not expect to have 2 horses coming out of.
Lots of slows. A lot of things to avoid. 2 big lines in the Glorious Pathway and the Phantom Steed.
Oh,
I like it.
If I had 2 horses, those would be forces. They would be colliding.
Wait, what's Irithel on?
It's a lion. It's a giant tiger.
Yeah.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, lovingly known as Leo.
They give a lion name for a tiger, sure.
Okay.
Cats are cats, all right?
Yeah, it's a saber-toothed tiger.
Oh!
Sometimes it's also a Ducati motorbike.
Yeah. Oh! I am so sad now for the high loss,
That is a mid-Valir, made popular by Onyx PH's Super Friends, now in the hands of Ukir.
Hey, this is a great response.
If you time the Searing Torrent well every time, the Leomord and Hylos are gonna cry. Because if you pair that up too with them getting curtain called, bro, there's not much they can do.
Yeah, and this kind of like somehow guarantees you to dominate the mid lane if you're on the Valir, and you have the Kalea too. But
at this point, if I'm there, just try to play a Yuzong or something, man.
And Valir
I don't know.
is well known to deal with diversions.
Oh, that's a Phobius.
All right, so that's
but the Valir's still happy.
Two decent dashes that they're chasing.
Yeah, it's also tough for a Phobius to go up against a Valir.
Yeah, it is.
Well, to be fair, you can only time the Searing Torrent so well that even if you knock back the Phobius, if you have like marks on you, he could still just Infernal Pursuit you anyway. So I think I'm okay with it. Compared to the other EXP laners that could have faced up against a Valir, at least he has the like, I can make your Searing Torrent useless.
Yep. Yeah. He can force it out.
Yeah, he can force it out too.
Okay.
So there are chances, or there are frames wherein they can actually kind of deny the Searing Torrents as a threat, but let's see, this is Ukir though. with the Faramis, with all the Faramis, with these kinds of mages, I think
to
he
Mobile
really plays them
Legends.
well.
This young man from the barangay definitely has a clutch gene. We'll see if it comes into play here at match point. Game number 2, Smart Omega. 1 game away from fulfilling half, nay, a third of their major list of conditions to make it into the playoffs. They're shooting a 3 towards the crowd.
Bang.
Oh,
another one at 6 points total for AP Bren. What are they doing? What are they talking? What are they looking at?
I wonder what they're shooting. Well, I couldn't describe what another was.
Yeah, no, they seem to be communicating.
I think it's just a straight up Filipino thing. You know,
Yeah.
you just gotta toss up a shot from time to time. If it's not that, you do a crossover.
Yeah, it just happens.
Yeah, it just happened.
Like a ledge, right? You just have to touch the ledge.
Yeah.
That is about, like a foot or 2 above you.
Yeah.
You got that too?
Yeah.
Growing up?
I have to jump.
Still today?
Because I'm short.
Still today? No, me too.
Yeah, I have to jump.
You've seen this phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
Men just have to touch and jump.
And they kind of make it a challenge to everyone who follows after them to
Yeah,
do
so
the same.
watch out for that for international viewers. If, again, you do decide to come here to the Philippines for our playoffs and grand finals happening here at Green Sun Makati, expect a lot of random shots getting tossed out, random ankle breakers from out of nowhere.
Yep. With no balls around. It's not weird at all. It is totally normal.
And dribbling.
Yeah, shadow basketball.
Yep. We are, in addition to being an MLBB country, we are a basketball country.
Oh, yeah.
So do know that. Also a boxing country. You'll see what we put our resources and our free time into enjoying.
That's why we have the Paquito Manny Pacquiao skin.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The 8th division world champion you're talking about there. And politician. And musician.
Really?
And pro-am basketball player. Yeah, no, just...
Bro, Brent, get a new Infinix phone.
No! No, wait, that's a different phone he's
He got a new phone!
Suddenly! Or is he just pulling for someone else because he got hot hands? No, he just bought another Lucas skin.
How many diamonds does this guy have?
Oh, it's this young lady's phone.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, it's young lady's phone, and
She's a streamer too.
oh, she is.
Yeah, I think she was formerly part of, or if not to this day, like Echo back then.
I see.
She honestly looks like she didn't want to spend the diamonds on that skin specifically.
But she had no choice.
All right,
She
sure, why not?
might
all
have
the way.
wanted a Kalia.
Yeah, maybe
She
even
already
Hypos.
does have it.
Or a Hatake Kakashi. Yeah, that's right.
That's a close-up.
Yeah, look at that. It's a Raider.
Good for you, sir.
a
Oh, so,
Raider.
okay, I got to stop calling Demon Guy the last Raider then.
All right, there's 2 of them now. Set says go time. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we enter the land of Dawn for game number 2. Once more, AP Bren, everything on the line. They put it on the back of Barbiel, on the back of Leomord, as they pick this very niche hero to take us, hopefully, into game 3.
Wow, it's Sakura and Sasuke side by side.
Hey, hey.
Woo. Wait. Anyway, look, for some reason, Chove Skirt has poked Okir really low.
Oh, sent him home.
No, straight up outpoked him. I think it'll be one of those strats where he just hugged the shrub and dished out his full combo with it. And I like how Chomskirt's going for the low Yi this time around, really focusing on sustainability, has tenacity, and Brave Smite too.
Yeah.
There's a tanky low Yi.
Yeah. Somehow they're managing the early game really well. The mid lane, even though I'm so used to seeing the Valiers really taking control of the mid lane whenever there's a chance. But now they somehow even things out. So it's probably going to be heavily based on what rotations are going to come out from both of these teams so far.
Bring it on, just to remind everyone, game 3, Liquid versus Onyx. Onyx was on the back foot.
Oh, yeah.
So it's possible that, maybe Omega watched that game and said, you know what, it's okay. We can take it slow. We'll find a clap back. They can diversion into our purple side brush. And then we'll take it like very similar to that play.
And if not the AOG.
Oh, yeah, it'll
could be the title strike.
It'll be a title strike into a Tsunami Slam. Yeah, so I think Omega knows the limits of this hero in their lineup.
Yeah, Lewis gonna hit level 4 before Dare. I think they could get one aggro play in here. Just curtain call dive right now onto the members of AP Bren. They don't have the EXP going well for them.
But he already calls for Barbiel. There's the Phantom Speed forcing out the vengeance from Lewis. Was he still alive? alive! And the first blood, it's Kekedot and no other. James Banks already done with his ultimate, and now it's Omega in full control, but Dare still decides to jump in, but Andoryu somehow still gets his way to secure the objective, and now Chop Skirt looking for the trades. There goes the Dark Wave knocking up Luis, and he gets to close in onto Gear, but there's a flicker, and now Dare will fall in the hands of Andoryu.
The rework on the passive of Suyo works so well for Andoryu. He is so self-aware, so alert as to how low his life is and how much damage is coming his way. He almost single-handedly made that all the more worth it for Omega.
Could have been a big win for AP Bren, but Omega held on long enough. Even though they were the ones able to get the turtle, it looked like AP Bren could walk away with more kills, but they were backing off at exactly the right time. And with James Banks already having used his Phantom Steed, Dare, even though he flickered forward and was jumping on 2-3 members of Omega, it was too risky for the Leomord to back him up at that time.
It feels like if Smart Omega actually get to prolong the fights a bit more, then you could feel the 10-second limit of the ultimate of the Phantom Steed right now. But speaking of, they try or they go for the surprise, and now Andoryu isn't able to extend that fight anymore.
All right. That's one time that maybe Andoryu was not aware. Again, I don't think they made that call. Divergent, divergent, and he was walking up to them.
Yeah, that was a great call. Again, we mentioned before that the low E for AP Bren doesn't always go so well, where it's rare for us to see aggressive, very proactive usages of the diversion from Choskirt's low E. But this time around, early on, before the 4-minute mark, we saw a very good play call there by Choskirt.
Yep. Redmar, he said, not this time. 3.5 minutes, that's all it takes. 3-man diversion into a kill.
Yeah, and that's aside the fact that they've managed the lane pretty well. So this is, or this might just be, alongside the Brave Smite, a much more aggressive form of Chop Skirt or approach in making use of the Lu Yi.
He's a changed man.
Maybe.
2 early kills, AP Bren up by about 500 gold. They are definitely in shape here to contest. And it looks like both junglers will take the closest buff first.
Yeah.
Orange for James, and then Andoryu for a purple, and then maybe it collapses into a straight-on conflict.
Yeah, well, we see a 5v5 because both gold laners are double laning right now in the mid lane. Are they going to go back to lane or fight? Jome is looking like he wants to go for a fight, while Shizo's waiting for his time. Diversion!
Oh, they go for a diversion. And right behind is James Banks, who goes in with the Phantom Steed once again. They gain the space, and now Tord Omega are running away, but Jome is waiting for the perfect time to go in. Heavy crossbow, and he slows down the members of AP Bren. And now Andoryu goes for the clapback. Jome chasing after every single member, and there's the flicker title strike coming in here from Super Yoshi as well, leading into a double kill for Andoryu.
3 for none. Omega does concede the turtle, but I'd say it's worth it.
Super Yoshi still had the ultimate. He held on to it all up until that very last pickoff. I thought he'd use that at some point middle of the fight, but no, Super Yoshi was waiting for his time with a flicker ultimate combo. Great response as well by Omega. Despite losing the turtle, they were forced back. Their formation broken by James Banks and Choveskirt, but then they held on. Jome could not be caught by AP Bren once he had the sprint and the heavy crossbow up. It was just him dealing all the damage and AP Bren struggling. You also see what a curtain call and Searing Torrent combination can do to the team fighting of AP Bren.
Oh, but do they know that Jome is there? They just surprised them in the left mid bush. Super Yoshi trying to run away, but that's 5 members of AP Bren eager to take down the mid lane turret. Andoryu trying to defend, and they successfully will, but they get the pick off on Jome.
Jome was defenseless. They folded that boy in half. He had no chance of surviving that diversion. And I was just about to say, Jome is behind about 1,000 gold from Shizo. Shizo's eating so much better.
AP Bren read the map correctly. They saw it, they thought, you know what, I think they're all going to be here. And somehow they were. A fantastic map read by AP Bren, no other way to put it. Then again, coming from an abysmal game number 1 here in this game number 2, I very much appreciate more now the form of AP Bren.
Yeah, it seems like they're almost always prepared whenever they go for the diversions. James Banks is constantly part of, or if not the only one, to be sent out on the diversions. Okay, but now they're...
Do they know?
They're waiting?
At least they'll see Shizo. They need someone to clear. Okay. The middle menu wave, they have tabs on where Luis, Ukir, and Doryu are. And I think they already AP Bren should be calling that the other shrubs closer to the turtle near the purple buff are covered. Oh, Chosker gets spotted, so he has to leave the position.
Oh, but the rest aren't just yet! Luis gets bursted down and they try to split the fight into two. Luis is already out, but Jom already using the heavy crossbow as well. They already got one member down and they're still going at it. There's the Infernal Pursuits coming in from there, but Andoryu still secures the turtle. And now the members of AP Bren are low.
There!
They need to run away, but they're still going for it, but he fails!
A sacrificial play by Andoryu, held onto the turtle and then pulled the rest of AP Bren, whoever would bite, to the left. So the rest of Omega could back off. Jom here, 1v1 against Shizo!
No! Not anymore, because there were two members of AP Bren ready to help him at that moment. But James Pang!
He gets away!
He still gets away from that! Chop Skirt here, trying to go for the counterplay. Andoryu running away too. And there's the glorious pathway. Kekedot really saved the day.
This low Yi play that AP Bren is playing around is catching Omega off guard. Good recovery by AP Bren because they lost that engagement for the third turtle big time. They decided to full combo begin with the Leomord ultimate already, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I'd want Leomords to hold on to their ultimate up until middle of the team fight because you act as a sweeper. You don't want to be an initiator. But this is how AP Bren want to play. Fine. But they recovered again with them using the diversion to go to the orange buff to make sure they get Job.
Yeah, I was actually... that is also probably one of my biggest observations so far, is that the fight breaks out and then just a few moments after, the Phantom Steed's already done. So, like, AP Bren will need to look at other ways to provide damage when the fight gets extended.
Here's a beautiful thing about that right now, Brigida. After the patch, the cooldown and the duration of Phantom Steed got adjusted.
Yeah,
so you rarely feel that downtime, especially when Omega are on the back foot. Because when that happens, when you open salvo with Phantom Steed and with the Glorious Pathway, Omega wants to back off.
Yep.
So after that, it's on cooldown. You can do it again.
So you just need to not allow smart Omega, or you just need to find the time to recover immediately, because it's something that AP Bren can actually do, which is probably one of the things they've been attempting to since earlier. It's more like it's the Glorious Pathway that gets them out of trouble whenever they need time, instead of it being the first thing you see whenever there is a team fight.
Yep, there's a chance that it even muddles each other. So Omega have to guess. Now, the Barangay starts the dance. The rest of AP Bren waiting, looking for the diversion play.
There's a diversion in the mid brush.
Oh, God.
And now they get spotted. So now Omega knows all 5 members of AP Bren are within the area.
Yeah, they decided to go for the poke burst instead. They didn't want to hold it because there's a chance Omega would have checked that shrub anyway. Might as well that they get the first blast out. Well, AP Bren now have better positioning and hold into some key areas in this Lord. Middle shrubs held by them. Minion waves crashing in mid. 4 of them. I'd want to see them spread out their distribution a bit more. Maybe put the Phovis or someone else in the pixel shrub. Ooh. James Bank's not here. They need to back off just a little bit. Wait for the Leomord to get in the zone.
Yeah. And the diversion's there. It's up again. So they can also make use of that if they want to surround Smart Omega. Because Smart Omega, they're all just in this particular area. They're in the
orange buff.
They're in the same spot.
Go to the orange buff or the purple buff. One of those two.
Ooh, they're sending 3.
Oh, okay. They conceal. They look.
They
thought they'd be able to find more members. That was just an unfortunate read by AP Bren. Wasn't the right call. Now Omega have the key shrubs held in this Lord dance. Sorry, dance.
Things turned around so quickly. Now it's Smart Omega somehow in control. With just the amount of time that the diversion isn't available.
Okay, someone do something.
Lord currently approaching half health. What a dance this is.
Yeah, look at Jome's spot though. Really good one.
The patience?
Yeah, minion waves crashing on top for AP Bren. In bot for Omega. Who's gonna pull the trigger first? If I'm there, should be him. He cannot start it off with a flicker, Infernal Pursuit. James Pass, hold on to your ultimate a little bit longer. Maybe a diversion will do it.
Yeah. But they seem to be focusing on the middle lane for now. They reveal 2 members. Jom goes after Shizo, but he doesn't know that there were more members from the Bees waiting first to get eliminated alongside Shizu, though both gold laners are gone.
Yeah, risky play by Smart Omega, but they do get their man on the way out. It cost AP Bren quite a bit as well, but looking at the battle spells, I'd say AP Bren won.
Yeah, I'm starting to look if whether that was a wrong dash or Shizu had no options but to dash closer to where the other members of Omega are. I believe he was trying to dash away, but his dash went a little bit more forward, which puts him in range to get blasted by the Valier of Omega. Still, let's see if they can recover. Purify is a battle spell for him. If only he had the flicker, he could have gotten away much safer, but no point crying over it.
Trying to burst down Lewis. And there goes the glorious pathway as well, but Lewis is able to catch Kekedot, chase after them, and now they eliminate the high loss just as the dance is still continuing.
They are a man up. Smart Omega can do this.
Hail Mary.
Diversion to the back. Will they find Andoryu? They do! And Andoryu, though, will not go down without a fight. He secures the objective, but 3 members of the barangay are out.
And throughout the whole debacle, he walks away. He walks away, but AP Bren smell blood.
This buys time for Omega. Unless AP Bren are really going to call for it to end it, are they going to force it?
Andoryu from the side will attempt to clear the waves, but gets caught in the dispersion rotations. There are still minions alongside AP Bren, but the minions of the barangay have spawned as well, so that buys them more time.
Oh, looking at the aftermath of that fight, the Lord take and the eventual takedown on 3 members of Omega. AP Bren have cost them so much.
Andoryu has saved it for Omega. And now Omega has a chance after a massive loss like that, kill-wise, for them to actually break more turrets. Diversion to the back. You see Andoryu, he did get stunned, he did get caught, but there was a window, a pretty big one for him to just straight up press Retribution without a problem. Another fight!
2 members from AP Bren coming from behind, but Jom is the first to fall. Andoryu, will he be able to trade out for his team once again? Because Kekedot and Shizu are just chasing after every single one of them. And that's the Rhapsody taking out Lewis.
The side laners of Omega have fallen. It seems like the Diversion are overloading the barangay. They're finding good positioning. They have the firepower. It's just almost impossible to respond to the flanking.
The duality vacuums of Choveskirt as well. We talked about the Searing Torrent of the Valier messing up the team fighting for AP Bren, but it seems like the sheer damage and crowd control output brought up by the Low Yi's passive and skill 1, skill 2 combo is just too much right now for Omega. Every team fight that they're brought into, Jom has had a very bad game, 1 of 5 and 4, been dying a little bit too much, but it's because AP Bren have been doing a lot and focusing a lot onto taking that Irithel down. Without the Irithel, Omega's damage options are not that great.
But the Irithel too, like sometimes it's Jom who just puts himself in that position. He too is always on the lookout for a very valuable pickoff by himself.
Brigida, you know what hurts us the most? What we don't understand, what we don't know, what we can't see. And that's the reason why I think Jom has died 5 times this game. More than half of those, he walked unwittingly into a 3-man, 4-man gank from AP Bren, so that's the problem here. Omega don't have the resources to check bushes for free.
Yeah. It always has to be them going all in, going full commit. But just the same, AP Bren decides to commit onto Jom, also taking down Andoryu in the process. And there's a diversion to chase down Ukir, Luis, and Super Yoshi, who will barely make it out alive as they split into 2. And Super Yoshi gets to somehow run away, but not for long because Chomskirt's chasing after him.
He's doing it
again!
again!
Only Luis alone in the base, defending against 4 members of the Bees, going into the siege, and he can only do so much because we are going to a game number 3.
That last sequence with Jom was straight up unfortunate. It wasn't a matter of checking bushes, it's just AP Bren went full throttle. AP Bren leaned hard into it and have forced us into game number 3.
That fight was stopped by a high loss. That conceal and pick play was stopped by Hylos just standing there saying, oh, hey, look, they're all here. Poke. And then everyone from AP Bren getting the sign. All right, you know what? We can initiate with a Leomord ult. Sure, why the hell not? Oh, look, we caught the Irithel. That's it.
People seem to forget that Phantom Seed has some level of CC.
Yes.
And that's what James Banks and the rest of AP Bren have been using it majority for. There's very good damage already from the rest of their lineup, and they just use that part of his ult as utility.
I can't believe, just as we mentioned, the lack of ways to check wherever AP Bren is going to come from, that entire sequence happens.
Yeah.
Wherein they just get taken by surprise by the fact that everyone else was waiting in that brush too.
Yeah, again, I like how proactive AP Bren were this time around with Jove Skirt coming in for this game number 2 with a low E that has struggled throughout the season, but this time he made it work. He was diversioning at the right places with sending the right people over. At times it looked like Jove Skirt had like a third eye with how he was able to see the ghosts of Omega in the map. It's like, I know you're there.
Yeah.
And he was right for majority of it.
Yeah, for the few times he wasn't, it didn't necessarily turn into something that put Smart Omega at an advantage.
Yeah.
It was just mostly them positioning themselves in areas where there weren't any opponents either way. So it didn't necessarily result into something that they had to bounce back from. But either way, I agree, this is a very proactive version of Jove Skirt, and this is what you like to see from him whenever they pick up some of their signature heroes, some of their signature picks. They were always making sandwich plays against members of Smart Omega who constantly found it difficult to position themselves around the map.
By members of Smart Omega, do you mean Jome?
Maybe Jome was the one who had the hardest time, yes.
It was 4 out of 5 times Jome. And whether or not it was Jome putting himself there or AP Bren cornering him into a position wherein he had very little chance of survival, this is what Omega need to consider going into game number 3, because this was their game to lose. They had AP Bren cornered. This could have been an easy sweep, and they could have moved on and focused their efforts on facing their next opponent to try and go for the playoffs. But no, AP Bren straight up went, no. We are the gatekeepers to your run into the playoffs. Get through us first, and then we can talk.
They can literally deny Smart Omega's chances here and now. And they're one win away from doing that too. So both of these teams have a lot at stake for this upcoming Game 3. But this 16-minute game, I'd say it's mostly been AP Bren.
You know what? Let's just put that into context. Imagine that. The Hive and the Mines are best friends.
Yeah.
It just made sense to me now.
Yeah, the Mines and the Hives are best friends, and the Mines are also best friends with Onyx.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Mines have so many friends today.
They do. Right now, though, it seems like Omega's greatest enemy are themselves. I feel like that game number 2 was a difference in execution game. Again, I had no problems with the draft of Omega. Clearly, that could have worked out against what AP Bren brought to the table. Yes, they would really struggle up against a Loyi that was on fire. That's given. But there were times where the execution was just like not as clean, or there were a few factors that they forgot to take into account. But then also, there I say weirdly enough, there and the moments where it felt like there you are overstaying actually helped AP Bren in the long run because it delayed Omega's ability to recover.
Yeah. And could this be like too much of the captain role for Jome? Like, yeah, the way he actually played the Irithel, even though he probably knew that he already had his power spike, he was in dangerous positions majority of the time. I don't know if like as a captain, if that was always the right call. Since it was a more individual approach to playing the game as the Irithel rather than that one time wherein he waited patiently for the perfect time to go in alongside his team.
I'll tell you now, maybe he waited too patiently. So again, it must be a matter of timing. And yeah, I agree. Maybe put him on heroes that are more artillery. Put him on heroes that use space better rather than an Irithel that needs to, you know, play in the paint. And I'll tell you now, this feels like a lost opportunity because this is one of the few times where you can pick a Suyo and it be actually okay. Because there was only one source of magic from AP Bren, and that was Jove Skirt. That's the Loyi. And because of that, it really felt like Omega dropped the ball. and that allowed for AP Bren to perform out of their minds. Look at this, the Silent Kid back in 2 Big 4 awards. He was the carry and the BPI rich guy.
Yep, and in contrast to the previous game, James Panks did not die at all, even on the Leomord. There were times he almost did, but he was able to find a way out, even without Barbiel anymore.
Yep. And again, that makes sense. Giving him the best wingman is because he was using his kit as utility, as support.
Yeah.
And that allowed for the rest of AP Bren to perform this way and for Shiza to smile at you like he knows something.
Yeah. It's like, I know your little secret. I have one too, but you don't know that.
He's got that Anthony Mackie smile.
Yeah. Again, I think my unsung hero here, of course, with Jokester getting the MVP, it would have to go back to that Phobius. You needed something else to supplement the ultimate of the Leomord being used very early on, and that was there just saying, no, I'm gonna go in. No matter what happens, I'm gonna extend this team fight. I will chase, sure. So instead of being just initiating Phobius, sweeper, Leomord, it was an initiator and sweeper Phobius that we got to see.
Yeah, it wasn't the Leomord going for the cleanups in that fight, but they did still make it work. So that's one way we see how AP Bren does have multiple approaches to dealing with things, and this is the lineup. This is the kind of style we want to see them introduce to us.
And folks, as a quick reminder, this is a post-patch world we live in. After patch 1.9.64.2, there was a sudden shift in week 7. So these are the stats that show exactly how these heroes have changed, who your biggest winners are, your biggest losers, and heroes that consistently have a performance or, you know, some stake involved in the current metagame.
Yeah, of course, the biggest number differences there you want is look at the Valir, the Moskov, the Lucas, the Suyo, most importantly, the big dip of Suyo of being picked significantly less. Fanny is still like the hero to contend for 100%. But of course, Chips being up in the rise as well because of the patch dropping in. So clearly, I saw how people in the community were already talking about the patch. The big dip of the Suyo priority changed things up a little bit. It's still the same heroes, but again, what we've made the point of is like the ordering has changed. Lucas has risen up in priority because of that. Heroes such as Valir then make a comeback. Clint made a comeback. Daddy Fred finally made the comeback as well.
Yeah, here are he's one of the 4 heroes that made their debut in week 7, but there are some of us still waiting for the others to show up. Not entirely sure if we will, though.
Especially Kimmy. Again, Kimmy has turned into a Farsa that sets up more than you do deal damage.
Farsa with DOT instead of burst.
Yeah, DOT instead of burst and more crowd control. So imagine if your skill 2 and ultimate are both your bird stunning people. Yeah, that's essentially Kimmy. Kimmy's okay. We haven't seen it yet, but I really love playing Kimmy in the mid lane because of just how strong she is as an option, as an initiator and vision checker. Your bush checks are also initiations. You throw your ultimate in the right shrub to get vision, you're forcing dashes out of your opponent, or maybe even being able to crowd control them to set up for more damage. It won't hurt like crazy, but it sets up really good.
It's icky, is what it feels like. Those little from Kimmy, I feel it. But I felt it more in gold. But we'll see if one of these 2 teams tonight will play the gambit of putting the Kimmy in mid, and we'll see where we go from there. But Glue, though, the other hero that was reworked in 1.9.64.2, has been seeing a lot of play. His stocks definitely have risen.
Yep. It's been a good day for Glue, but there are interestingly some picks which I haven't been seeing much today. I just realized that there haven't been any Lucases just yet.
Oh yeah, that's true. We haven't seen Naruto. We've seen Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi. Where's Naruto? No one wants to pick Naruto.
And at the beginning of this day, I said I will be likely leaning towards the idea that we'll see more Narutos instead of Sasuke's, but we saw more Sasuke's today. So I don't know if I jinxed it, but...
We see 2 Sasuke's today?
Yeah.
Or just 1 Sasuke? 2. See, so where is Naruto Uzumaki? Come on! Where is he? Because just right when I became a Lucas stan, he dropped in priority. What is this? We have to figure this out, folks. Valentina's not around anymore. What is it?
Yeah.
You used to be not a Valentina stan.
It's not a Lucas stan.
Yeah, but also Valentina, right? There was a time where
I still don't like Valentina blind.
Okay.
Just as a blind pick.
And I'm skeptic most times. But, you know, where is Lucas? Lucas is so gross in the jungle. And yes, I now like him more in the jungle than the EXP. Where is it? Maybe that's why, you know, Suyo's coming out and Suyo's... Again, maybe we are blinded by Andorio's performance. Maybe that really was just a miracle run for him.
Maybe. Let's see if we'll actually get to have a Lucas played in this game number 3. Fanny Hayabusa taken out. Joy as well. Again, 3 jungler bans. We might see it this time around. We still go for the Kaleo, which is the right choice.
And prior, this was not a Zushin, because the Zushin was banned out earlier. Where's the Granger?
Okay, Jushin Granger, good spread. Wonder if they're gonna get burst magic elsewhere. But the Joy's already gone. Oh, Ruby Lunox.
Where is this coming from?
Okay, is this a Rome Lunox, XP Kalea, then a Lunox mid?
It looks like.
Is this their answer to the full dive and poke of AP Bren?
Or Renmar, what if? You know what kind of lineups have a gold lane Ruby?
What?
What do you see in the jungle? Ling.
Oh,
Ling. This could be a 1-3-1.
Let's see. Get banned out.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, there it is. See, I told you.
Yeah. Okay, I think that was them reading into it. It's like, all right, no, let's take out the Ling instead.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, but then now, Omega can just go Lucas if it doesn't get banned out. You don't have to worry about the Valentina.
Yeah, and then throw the Ruby in Rome instead of the gold and then just repair from there.
Yeah. Don't have the Ling anymore, I would say, yeah.
If they ban the Lucas here, then it's a real what now Andoryu kind of situation.
Yeah, he's going to be stuck with like an Alpha or a Lance. Those are like his last options. He wants to really hammer in the Assassin.
Nolan. That's a Hanzo.
I wouldn't like the Nolan up against a Liam more than juice it together.
Then they got a Lucas.
Yeah. I mean, it's strong burst, and their lineup does have a strong burst. It would be very brave for him if he decides to go Nolan later on.
How rude would it be if AP Bren picked the Lucas here? Throw it in the XP just to take it away from Andoryu.
Very rude and very good. Although up against a Kalea, yeah, the Kalea will have a much better damage. Lucas will have a much better damage output, but it's all right. Then just go Lucas now. Come on. Just go Lucas and Harith. No, you already have the Lunox for your burst magic damage. Just go physical.
And you're assuming the Ruby will be XP.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No, XP Kalea Rome Ruby.
Sure, yeah. One or the other. But yeah, so you need a gold laner and a jungler. Yeah. Go Lucas?
Yeah. Lucas carry, Lucas Bea.
What about Clint? Just kidding. we don't see that at all, but... Oh!
That's a Yusen Shin debut!
Oh.
And of course, Glue. Yusen Shin. First time again showing up after the rework.
Oh.
The answer by AP Bren, the X-Borg. Oh man, Yusen Shin almost got a rework as good as Glue and Kimmy, by the way.
Oh my goodness, AP Bren might actually run away with this one, man.
Hey!
The X-Borg pick was so good.
Where's my sign?
Smart Omega may have shut the door on themselves.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. YSS, this is gonna be such a demanding game for him.
Did we not shout out Lucas loud enough? Do they hate that matchup that bad?
Is there something we don't know about Lucas right now and why people don't want to pick it just yet?
What happened after the Zeeble Combine?
What changed in the Zeeble Combine?
Because the patch didn't touch Lucas?
Yeah.
The other junglers did not, push him out. We don't understand the ecosystem or the food chain just yet, but in this game we will understand exactly what happened to the Yusen Shin and why Coach Lembo and Coach Snap greenlit this pick. Welcome to game number 3, the rubber match in this best of 3. All or nothing.
To Mobile
Smart
Legends.
Omega, the dream stays alive, or they both get eliminated tonight.
Gold lane, Ruby, mid lane, Lunox.
Wait.
Yeah, they went double fighter because they want to supplement the YSS farm.
You're right. We got blinded by the Yusen Shin pick that we forgot to consider Who's going where?
This is the new Mountain Shocker we're about to see.
It still does reveal the map, but the damage AoE is targeted.
Yeah. It's a little bit more boring, not gonna lie. However, I do like the utility of like being able to toss my ship onto someone. That's really good.
and you being able to call for it whatever you want.
Yeah.
And you no longer have to go through the base.
Yeah, that's true. It's targeted. So it feels good still. Let's see how it's going to fare this time around in the pro scene. Double fighter is what they decided to pair with it.
It's still a 1-3-1, but I don't like that mid. I don't like the center, the heart, the core of this lineup. Great read for AP Bren, though. Coach CJ, Coach Jeff, Coach Pakbet, they said, like, no, take the link. They want the link.
Yeah. They banned it out, and then they picked an X-Board glass pick. Some great draft calls all around for AP Bren. Good poke there by Andor.
That was a Mountain Shocker.
Yeah.
And now they are fully aware of wherever the other members are. This is like, I've been really looking at the matchup in the gold lane. This Ruby Granger matchup. It's been such a long time since we've seen the Ruby in the gold. But
Jom is doing oddly well, though.
Yeah, and is it going to be a Ruby with physical damage items? Maybe that's why Chizo's waiting his time.
That's the Phantom Steed, already used by James Pax, but multiple members are knocked up. And Okir flickers in with the Chaos Assault. And now they're able to take down 2 members from AP Bren. That's James Pax and Kick It Out already gone right before the objectives happens. And the grab! It'll make it in time, but they'll be focused on taking away the purple buff from James Pax even before or after they get the turtle.
They took everything away from AP Bren. Kills, the turtle, the purple.
Oh, not the start that AP Bren wanted. Although it seems like Chokeskirt got the last hit on the purple buff. So Omega wasn't able to take that very small victory there for AP Bren.
It went from worse to bad.
Yeah. At least it's not worse. It's still bad, though.
Yeah, but Smart Omega, with this lineup, with the Kalea, with the Lunox combination, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
But I believe it was really because of that well-timed knock-up from the title strike from Super Yoshi. Surprising majority of the members from AP Bren.
And not to mention Lunox's mechanics, it's still HP-based damage. So in the absence of a carry, Ukir can be used to melt down there, to melt down Kekedon.
The heals are coming in the clutch as well. Oh! With the ultimate to pull Shizo away closer to his turret.
Big J with a play!
And they didn't even use the flicker. So Shizo was really just right there.
And Shizo didn't even purify.
Yeah, he just accepted its fate.
He was also just as much shocked.
Everyone's getting mountain shocked right now.
What?
It's been a great start for Andoryu on the Isun Shin.
Oh, yes.
And an even better start on Jom with a solo kill in the gold lane.
That's an understatement, Brigida. What's happening for Smart Omega? None of us expected this at 4 minutes. 4 kills, a turtle.
Again, I didn't expect AP Bren to full commit like that in the very first turtle, leaving their purple buff open for them.
I didn't expect the Ruby to win the lane like that.
That too. I think it started from one surprise, just chaining onto the next.
I mean, oh, there you go, and I'm offended. Catching Chokeskirt, but he still has the Crimson Beacon, so AP Bren are somehow able to keep themselves safe. But that's still space for the Barangay to secure this turtle once again.
Mountain Shocker, revealing everyone from AP Bren. Look at this, the Omega Barangay is blitzing the turtle.
Does Kekeda want to use the Glorious Pathway even? Because none of them can go near. Smart Omega has the entire area to themselves.
Now AP Bren has to try and recover and try to lie comfortably in the bed that they made for themselves here, which is deciding to overcommit for the first major fight in the game, which has led to Omega now ballooning their lead, not just in the gold, but in the map. The Ruby has defeated the Granger in lane straight up.
Whoa.
That's a lot of money on Big J. Oh, and it's leading to a monster push.
Yep. Already has his War Axe too. So AP Bren will attempt to mirror everything that's happening so far, but with the current situation that they're in, I feel like Smart Omega can just be constantly on the aggressive side.
There's another Mountain Shocker for all of y'all who don't know. Yep. It's just a small AoE with a, you know, subtle map reveal.
Yeah, the biggest effect of the YSS ult we do not see. Omega sees on their point of view, but we don't see it.
I mean, we always see it. Like
There's
as
a mini indicator if you're playing against it, but other than that, it's just really mostly Omega that gets to see everything.
God, this is some Big Brother things, man. Some Black Mirror stuff. What if Omega drafts this way and wins?
I was already holding my AP Bren emote earlier, but I'll have to put it down again.
Because I really thought AP Bren went into this with a much more comfortable draft, but they flubbed the first stake, and now they have to try and recover. Mid-game heroics are going to be required of them, but you know what? Let's not put it heroics.
Yeah.
Mid-game discipline.
Okay.
Heroics?
Underline that.
Oh,
but how could you do
boom!
that? If there's another I'm Offended landed onto Chop Skirt for the second time around, it keeps forcing out the Crimson Beacon. So how do they play aggressively knowing that a major resource like that is out of their hands?
Yeah, I think Renmar put it right, Brigida. Don't be aggressive. Accept the fact that you dropped the ball in the early game, the first 3 or 4 sequences, and you just wait until Omega decides they don't want to fight anymore, because am I right to assume that as the mid game comes closer, maybe into the late game even, Omega gets better. Omega goes stronger because, oh my God, Omega just picked up a Sky Piercer.
Yeah, that's a Sky Piercer on the Lunox screen. Well, I feel like I'm not dead, am I? Like I woke up alive, or I can feel that pinch.
Told you, it's Black Mirror, dog.
Oh my goodness, what kind of topsy-turvy world do we live in today that this is the draft that we see?
And it's only day 1 of week 8.
That's true. What else could we potentially see in the playoffs too?
And this team who's already eliminated has another game against Falcons. So who knows what might happen, but Kekenot goes for it either way, only using the glorious pathway to prevent them losing their mid lane turrets.
And I love it because, is it just me or is the new Mountain Shocker like an Astral Echo at home? Like, all you need is to know where they are, and then you can say if you want to fight or not.
Yeah, it's like, oh, cool, we get vision. Hey, I do a little bit of damage too. Sure, why not?
and a mini stun.
Yeah.
There's a CC involved in that AoE.
Just a little one. It's supplemented very well with the draft decisions by Omega. I was knocking it earlier, but the Ruby and the Glue together provide so much space.
Oh, wait, is that the Tsunami Slam committed onto Kekenot? They're not waiting for any other counter engages in the 2-man. I'm Offended coming in from Job. It's a double kill for Ukir, and Chopsker won't make it out alive. Andoryu takes him out, and that's 3 members from the Bees.
That's the Venom coming out of Smart Omega, the Ukir DD.
This is what we were talking about with the last one, the Venom of Omega. Showing up with a pick that was last shown in MPL Philippines in Season 9 by then Onyx Philippines jungler Kyrie.
How potent is their Venom to make it work, even with the most surprising picks you could expect from their side? A clean take on the Lord. And Andoryu might still want to go for it, forces out the last Insanity from there.
You know what's Insanity? What Omega's doing with this draft. 5K ahead. Not a single kill over to AP Bren. They had to give up the turrets in top and bot, but those are just necessary trades for them to get to this monstrous position, this dominant spot in game number 3. 9.5 minutes in. All right, discipline was the key for AP Bren to not lose.
Okay, but
Oh
there's
my
the return knock-off from Super Yoshi. They're not going to wait for anyone else to start the fight but him. The turret in the mid lane eventually will fall, but they get to trade out Super Yoshi in the process. And the Mountain Shocker still catching up to everyone. AP Bren are forced to run away.
Andoryu almost became the hero there.
Almost. They just couldn't complete the dive to follow up on Andoryu, as a tower in the mid lane was still relatively healthy and Omega didn't want to risk it. But Omega does have the lead. It feels like after the Game 2 performance, Coach Snap and Coach Lembot looked at Joe and said, you want a front line? All right, we'll give you Ruby. We'll put our marksman in the jungle instead.
Wait, so this was probably what Joe wanted to do earlier.
No, I think this is what Joe ended up having to do, given what happened in Game 2. If you know, you know, folks. That Irritel.
If he wants to lead from the front, okay. Here's a Ruby for you in the gold lane.
That's why Andorio looked at Coach Snap after the draft pick. Is like, Coach, you're really doing this to Jome? And then the camera, literally, you can watch this again, folks, goes to Jome and goes like, all right, I have to play Ruby.
And he's going full damage too. So he already has a Fury Hammer, the Albert War Axe, and he's looking to build another damage item.
Oh my god. Yeah, his only semblance of defense is the tough boots. That's it.
He's going all out, so whenever he captures anyone with the I'm offended, you could feel the damage come in.
You see the damage on the...
Faraga?
On the Yuuzhan Shin. That's another work of the new rework, is it's so much easier now to know when your passive will proc the damage difference between a melee and a ranged attack from Yuuzhan Shin.
Yeah.
He alone popped. There's Faraga.
Yeah, the indicator that shows up already for YSS players there. Omega can just keep this up, honestly. It's gotten to the point where it looks bleak for AP Bren to win this. Just when I thought they would, that they take control of this early to mid, they missed their chance.
Oh, shocker.
Yeah, and now there's vision. Now Omega knows where AP Bren are. And they can just comfortably, from afar, just go, nah, or yay, or just so... Yeah, let's just handle the minion waves and then prepare for the Lord coming up.
Yeah, they went from maybe they could contest to they definitely could not contest.
Yeah, 10 seconds before this objective spawns, and AP Bren will have to, if they want, find a way to get into this place being controlled by Smart Omega, but they spawn out Gekidon and decide to burst him first! The tankiest hero from AP Bren is currently down, and it's only Dare trying to zone out, but the last Insanity takes down Andorio!
The shutdown!
And now they're still going for it! Tsunami Slam onto James Pax, but this might be AP Bren's timing! They're trying to fight back! Dare trying to walk away, but Super Yoshi with the conceal will get to escape, and it's only Luis chasing after him, but he will not succeed!
AP Bren divide and conquer. The key members of Smart Omega compromised!
Jove trying to go in and fighting everyone alone, but there's Dare with a clutch last Insanity, and 12 skirt right in front of everybody, and now it's only Super Yoshi alive from the barangay!
How's that for heroics?
AP Bren, screw discipline. Why take the disciplined approach when we can try to just pull off what looks like the impossible? A turnaround after a horrible early to mid. Now in the late game, they've got venom of their own. The B comes with a bit of venom.
They cut that 6K, 7K goal lead down to a fraction. Barely 1,500. Smart Omega have lost so much of their early game advantage and are staring down a Lord from AP Bren. Up top, mid lane tier 1's gonna fall. And you know what the beautiful thing about that team fight was? It was a late entry from Shizo. It wasn't even a 5v5.
The bees have evolved into yellow jacket hornets at this point.
Is that the sound that Hornets?
Why would you make it sound like that, Brigida?
Oh wait,
yeah,
I didn't.
That was a great. That was your first sound effect attempt. I'll give it a 6.
Okay, I'll try to improve next time.
Smart Omega takes care of the Lord handily, but lose quite a bit of the map. Real estate up for grabs. AP Bren looking to shrink this goal lead even more, equalize it. Omega barely has 1,000.
Dare and Chovskirt were so good in that last engagement. Dare holding on, using the Faraga, the last Insanity as much as he could, twice in that engagement. Chovskirt in that initial blast from Omega was actually left unattended, so he was able to dish out crowd control and damage as well from a safe distance. Because healed by AP Bren, they go to the purple buff to contest.
Oh, this time this is revenge. So we're taking away your purple buff, because you kept trying to take away ours.
Right.
And now they might be more likely to look for openings to be confident enough to engage against Smart Omega.
AP Bren feeling a little frisky, gets spotted by a Mountain Shocker, and I think it's at this point Omega knows they lost their purple, and now they have to recover. Lord coming up about a minute, lower quarter of the map. How does Omega avoid that again? Because AP Bren, even I don't understand how it happened. They divided and conquered. Yeah. They won a 4v5, and then eventually Shizo came in for cleanup. But how do you see that coming? Here's the thing. Omega knows it's coming. How do they stop it from happening?
Yeah, they gotta check that juice in. That's one of the biggest components as to why AP Bren won that last one. Dare also, yes, they can check, but it goes to show that if they put too much onto that X-Borg, the X-Borg will be able to quickly recover into the fight at this point and get this last insanity much quicker, even if the team fight gets dragged out. And most importantly, if they're going to pull off something like that, where is Shizo? Because if the Granger's not there, then he's coming in for the late entry and you cannot finish it. You already have to start calling for backing away to safety.
So number one, don't look over there. Don't pay attention. Not like this. This is what AP Bren wants.
Wait, they're bursting down there once more, but he's still alive with the Firaga armor. Ukir takes down Shizu though, but this is AP Bren going all in. They're trying to chase after Andorio and they successfully will because they take him out. And now it's only through members of Smart Omega slowly trying to crawl back to their base. But even Super Yoshi gets denied the escape.
Seemingly a good trade because Omega had a plan. They flanked Shizo, took down the Silent Kid, silenced him, but they lost Andorio and Yoshi in the process.
They left their YSS at the mercy of the Leomord. AP Bren now have a good chance of getting this Lord unless Heroics, a miracle by someone from Omega.
Oh, that's the I'm offended. Already committed by Jome, but there's the glorious pathway to somehow allow him to walk away from danger. Are they still gonna try and contest this Lord? Because it's clearly secured by the bees. There's the spread and the grab committed by Luis onto Kekedot, but that might have been able to put him in a very dangerous spot. That's the last insanity coming from there, taking him out, but the immortality gets traded out, and there's the Tsunami Slam bringing him closer to their base, but he still escapes!
The flicker from there! He survives! Not a single casualty for AP Bren! I think Omega shouldn't have contested. Omega should just let it happen, defend it from the base.
Omega are looking at him and going, first he was here, now he's dead. How did he get away? Flicker just in time. My goodness, there, Heroics, he is the definite hero of this game number 3.
And this whole thing started with Omega biting down on Dare's Gambit. He was the bait once again. It started with him, it'll end with him. This could be an end angle. Smart Omega facing off against 3 waves.
That was a call from Smart Omega, but not sure if it was the right call. There's the capture onto Job Skirt, but they just find a way to get into their base. That's the inhibitor turret already down up top for the Barangay. But look at how Luis is able to somehow create space. He gets to buy some time, but now it's the other members' time to defend this siege that's coming from AP Bren. There are still immortalities being popped here and there, and Ukir gets a double kill as well.
The rest of AP Bren back off. Chovskirt and Dare just a hair away from death. Survive and run away. Smart Omega lives.
They've held on long enough. They no longer have inhibitors, but the game, their chance of seeing the pearly gates of the playoffs still stand. The gatekeepers want to solidify their chance.
That's the statement they want to leave.
Omega now, while AP Bren are trying to set a statement, they're gonna have to crawl into this. Good itemization by this glue, already picking up the Twilight armor. You're gonna have to balance that out with some magic defense later on. No wonder it's so tanky for Dare. He went for the Brute Force breastplate already, also has the Athena shield plus the immortality, so he can take a lot of damage while also being able to dish a good amount on his own. Plus the increased movement speed you get per stack of the Brute Force breastplate has been helping him out offensively and defensively.
Yeah, but second in terms of damage dealt though, it's Dare who's eventually proving to become a huge problem for Smart Omega. Each and every time, even trying to take him out might not be the right call.
And that is a byproduct of Omega biting down on Dare as a juicy target. He's not a juicy target. He is spicy. He is too hot to handle. Don't do it. Even sacrificing Luis for Dare isn't worth it. If I was Smart Omega, I'll just leave him be, find your better targets, make the most of these fights, end it quick, and then go from there. But as it is, AP Bren seem to have Omega by a string.
Yeah, but right now, multiple members of AP Bren are yet to have their immortalities. Not even Dare has his.
Oh, something to watch out for. Super Yoshi does have his, taking this brush down bottom. I wonder if AP Bren knows. Mountain Shocker used up, so Omega are privy to AP Bren's positioning. They don't want to push in. This is a very difficult dance.
Look at all the minion waves crashing in here for AP Bren. This could be terrible for Omega if they time things wrongly. AP Bren know that they have the advantage for this one.
Oh, Super Yoshi
goes in.
Goes in. Title strike, and there goes the Chaos Assault trying to burst down Kekedat, who gets denied of an escape. But the Glorious Pathway still gets casted either way on the opposite side of the map. Last Insanity already committed onto Lewis, but all members survive.
Very good team fight by both teams. But the minion wave still crashing in for AP Bren. They can keep this pressure up. They can continue to be aggressive because now the glue has to handle the waves. Same goes for the Ruby and the YSS. AP Bren will have an advantage yet again.
Massive ults and battle spells spent by both sides, but check this out. Ukir still has his flicker, so Ukir DD can still happen. Omega have a better go at round 2.
Yep, and Ukir's already 9-1-3. He's been really precise in terms of whoever he decides to target down. So AP Bren will really have to watch out for that, but there already has his immortality back too.
Oh no, AP Bren can play with that gambit, all the while Omega can have Bro step up, flicker forward, channel his inner Burmese Lunox, and go from there. Yoshi jumps in. Oh, does not want it. Yeah. That's the Mountain Shocker, revealing the position of every member of AP Bren.
Didn't have the flicker to close the gap. AP Bren, a good amount of their damage is coming from this X-Borg, the poke, the burst from the last Insanity. Choskirt is just purely utility right now. The setup for the Leomord and the Granger as well. Omega good positioning, but they're a little bit too tight. They need to spread out a little bit. Top minion wave again, not in a good spot. Omega might lose this alone because they have to give it up.
Oh Lord, at about less than half health, a third of its health. There gets the call, Kekedat pushing forward.
He's going for the zone, but Andoryu decides to stay and join the fight. There's the capture from Joe, but there's a winter crown from Shizu. Ukir DD though happens, and she goes in behind, but then Shizu still survives, and now Ukir and Joe are down.
Wanton death and destruction, brutality at the beast.
The base!
At the Lord, look at the base!
The minions!
There are so many minions to take care of. Only Andoryu is here to take care of them. And that's not gonna be enough for the barangay!
AP Bren successfully blocks Smart Omega's entry into the playoffs, dashing all hopes of joining us later this month. AP Bren takes the series 2-1.
Their playoff dreams might have been broken. The first one to bow out, but they gatekeep the gatekeepers. Their sting too strong for the venom. AP Bren have made a statement.
Keys to victory completed. This is how you definitely want to end your first run in MPL. But still, Smart Omega, I must say, kudos to what they've been what they confidently decided to field out in this very crucial match, and it almost worked. It was almost there.
Lunox mid, Ruby and Gold, and the Yusun Shin in the jungle in the hands of Andoryu. Close to working, but not quite. Smart Omega are bowing out of the playoffs. GG, well played, and congratulations to our victors. AP Bren, the Hive is alive tonight in Green Sun.
What a clap back by AP Bren. Lost the early, then crawled back to it. They dumped discipline to the side and said, no, we need some heroics. Heroics from there, especially that X-Borg.
Yeah.
And heroics we got, and that is what they needed to get the dub. Ladies and gentlemen, what a matchup. We didn't expect to see this kind of MLBB tonight, and that's exactly what we got. Let's go over the stage and talk to our hosts with AP Bren.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your winners, AP Bren! Boys, congratulations! Malalim ang hugot nyo dito sa panalong ito. I actually wanna talk to Sindel. Sindel, welcome back.
Welcome back.
It's been a while. Nung uli ka namin nakita dito sa entablado ng MPL. Kamusta ba maglaro ulit sa MPL stage?
Sobrang saya. In-enjoy na lang namin yung laro. Tsaka naglaro ko para mag-relapse eh.
Ay! May ibang rason pala siya. So, kumusta naman ang pakiramdam mo ngayon after
nga.
this match? Nanalo kayo, reverse sweep.
So nag-relapse ka nung game 1. Anong desisyon mo nung game 2? Nag-move on ka na? Ba't bumalik ka na kagad sa bench?
Hindi, game 1 lang talaga ako. Pang-asar lang ako dun eh.
Pang-asar. Oo.
At mukha namang naasar. Kasi
nga.
nakuha nila ang panalong ito. Sindel, I actually wanna know more about the thought process kasi ewan ko, si Coach Pakbet kasi nagkwekwentuhan kayo kanina eh. Nagkakaasaran kayo kanina. Ano ba yung nagiging difference from you playing now dun sa competition na meron ngayon compared sa mga times na Season 7, Season 8? Paano mo ba maikukumpara yung dalawang eras na yun?
Di ko alam eh. Basta mas malakas tingin. Talagang evolved na. Kaysa dati.
Tremendous respect as well.
Alam nyo, hindi ito yung in-expect din natin na magiging outcome for today dahil nag-game 3 tayo. At gusto ko rin makausap si Chobskirt ha, kasi Hans...
Chobskirt! Parang never ko pa itong kausap si Chobskirt.
Chobskirt! MVP ka ng Game 2 gamit ang Louie. Kung marirecall natin, ito rin kasi yung nagpapanalo sa inyo nung nasa MDL pa kayo. At ito yung form na inaabangan din natin. Bakit ganito kalakas yung laro nyo today?
Siguro wala lang pressure, tas in-enjoy lang namin. Ganun.
Oo, at narinig ko rin kanina si James Pangsa. Bago tayo umakyat ng stage, James Pang, sabi mo, dapat hindi ko nilabas yung kabayo eh. Bakit nga ba? Bakit?
Malakas kasi yung kabayo eh. Nalaglag tuloy sila.
Malakas ang kabayo. Nagkaroon ng certain amount of motivation. James Panks, matindi yung ipinakita nyo ngayon. Kumbaga, yung sinabi ni Sindel kanina na sama-sama, nagkatotoo, talk to us about this game. Ano yung driving force nyo para makuha yung panalo na to? Kahit na sabihin natin that you're no longer gonna qualify for the playoffs, ano bang nagpupush sa inyo para lumaban pa rin?
Yung kumbaga passion na lang namin sa paglaro. Kahit laglag na kami, ibibigay pa rin namin yung best namin. Tapos, yung sa game na yun, lugi talaga kami early. Nalugi na kami na early. So, ang namin, idadali na lang namin sa late game. Ganun din nangyari. So, yun. Pumabor sa amin yung laban.
You know, late game, better late than never din. Ang nakuha niyong panalo ngayon na marami ring sumusuporta sa inyo na nanonood sa kanilang mga bahay, and the Bees are also here to support you as well, James Panks. Ano masasabi mo sa kanilang lahat?
Thank you sa mga sumusuport sa AP Bren. Yung babawi kami. Shoutout nga pala kay Brent. Yan o.
Ay, grabe. Yung pinakamalakas mag-cheer sa kanila.
Yung
May special
pinaka-paos,
mention.
ang pinakamalakas sumigaw at ang pinaka-kalbo... Joke lang.
Ay, hindi yun.
Iiwan na natin yon sa iba. Right? Once again, your winners, AP Bren! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. With that statement of a win, you may now take your bow. Ibang klase ang nakita natin mula sa Hive today, really showcasing why they deserve to be here at the MPL.
Pinakita talaga nila na hanggang dulo ay nandyan ang kanilang passion.
And I am sure na maraming pag-uusapan ng ating mga casters tungkol sa nangyaring laban na to. Kaya casters, balik sa inyo.
Great hearing from the Hive. AP Bren closing up this series with a big dub, showing us and proving that even at the bottom of the standings, you can't get caught sleeping, MPL Philippines.
Yeah, it felt so nice to see them finally getting interviewed. James Pangs always used to talk a lot whenever you get to interview him, and I could feel just how happy they are from that win, but this guy... I swear, this guy.
It's an export, baby. 100% kill participation. 4, 1, and 8. The itemization I loved as well. He was juggling between the Oracle, the Athena Shield, for cooldown reduction or for raw defense away from burst. The Ice Queen Wand also proved to be very difficult for Omega to deal with up until the late game. At one point in the interview, James Mouse did say, we already lost the early game. We wanted to bounce back in the late game instead. And I think that switch, that flick of the switch in their minds when they were able to turn it around in that one team fight, when we saw Dare do what Dare did, 2 last insanities in 1 long engagement to solidify an AP Bren win. Yeah, that was them acknowledging that it was their time, their condition checked already.
Yeah, Dare stood out once again from the times wherein he was on the Badang and he saved his team the games multiple times, and then eventually it was constantly shut down. Now to introducing the X-Borg, he's shined a couple of times in this season.
I want to give some attention to the times wherein Omega bit down on the bait. In addition to his courageous plays, just the trust he has in his team and how willingly he throws himself at his opponents, and the wisdom to know that, all right, looks like they're gonna bite. We go. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's part of the communications. We'll get confirmation later on after the Infinix mic check.
But even this one time wherein he gets to survive, even getting I'm offended under the turret and being, or he being too deep in Smart Omega's lineup, but he's still having the flicker to get away. There were a lot of surprising outplays too that came in from Dare. So I agree. It's nice to see how confident they are in one another for them to pull off these kinds of plays.
Yeah, he really accepted that this flicker for him will have to be used to survive. We maybe saw it like twice or thrice that he used it to solidify a kill, especially that key engagement there in the end. But for most of the time, it was just like, okay, I want to be the bait. I will probably have to have I need my flicker to survive.
Yeah.
Even if the fight starts and I'm not the bait, I'm still holding on to it as long as I can so that I surprise Omega. Like, wait, he survives, then he gets his Faraga back, then he can join in the fight again. So a great decision by Darren, well-deserved MVP.
Take note of his build: Pure Rage, Festival of Blood, extra HP, and then tank emblems, and then these items, all right? Because if ever I do end up playing MLBB tonight, which I am whenever I'm inspired by good MLBB, I'm gonna play XP, play X-Borg, build this way. That is, you can't go wrong with that kind of build.
Yeah, that's very strong. War Axe, BFB. Again, you get cooldown reduction for each stack of BFB, as well as attack speed, even bits of attack here and there, movement speed. So it's a very good item for an X-Borg, plus immortality for...
Not to mention the resilience. So that's what allowed for him to stay on top of Omega. He was slowing them down, dealing damage, and then still slowing down the CC that Omega was laying down on him. So I'd say, what, 3/5 of the team fight was there.
So much damage at that. Almost twice of Shizu's total damage, because he dealt almost 100,000.
Yeah, the Kekatot's high loss here is the sponge. Shizu is just like, do your best. Do what you can. It's the X-Borg show.
It's the X-Borg show. But we'll still have to give the BPI Rich guy to Andoryu, who even on the Isun Shin found his footing and played well enough, not until a particular moment in the game where everything just turned around.
Which makes this loss for Omega all the more devastating. Andoryu already got the BPI Rich guy. At this point, with how long the game went on, he still had an 811 GPM.
Yeah.
That just goes to show how farmed up Omega was, how farmed up this YSS was, that in the end it was just slips in execution that cost Omega this game.
And it's not just singular execution. It's not on an individual level. The whole team struggled to see the bigger picture, to, make the most of what the BPI Rich guy was doing. And instead, they let it go. It was their game to lose, and indeed they lost. And that is, I think, the moral of the story, is even at the bottom of the standings, I'm going to say it again, you can't be playing this way in MPL Philippines. Like, you will get caught out. And in this league, every single mistake is given back, paid for it with dividends.
Really just goes to show. I feel like we've said that a lot about the teams, especially the lower half of the standings, wherein it seems like they're always miscalculating one aspect of the game, whether it's taking care of the map, forgetting about one hero presence. It happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick listen to exactly what was going on behind the scenes with the Infinix mic check, how AP Bren mustered this comeback.
Wala nang light, wala nang light.
Tirahin nyo glue.
Lalay.
Nakakonsensya siya sa'yo.
Patay ako
Sobrang pressure niya, pre. Pagkatapos sila dito, laglag sila dito, pre. Iisipin nyo, pre. Tara sa Boracay.
Chill tayo.
Glow. Ay, publisher.
Picker.
Lunox, pre.
May mo pa ako.
Okay. Nandito ako sa harap, pre. Ito, hindi na makakawala.
Sa akin. YSS tol.
Wala na, talo na sila. Talo na sila, pre.
Taglag sa sila. Ay,
punta.
They were just calm and collected, like they knew they had the game. It was so much simpler for them because it was a 6v5. The map was on their side.
Yeah. And again, we talked about this. Teams who already know they're out of playoffs contention play better because all the pressure's gone.
Yeah.
For them, it's just about just do our best, fueled by passion. We saw it. You pointed it out. They were laughing. They were enjoying that Lord take. While Omega was probably, guys, shot calling like crazy.
Those are during the dances.
There you go.
I had to correct myself.
It's the dance. Folks, I have a question for y'all. Are you ready for the playoffs? You can be part of the experience live this coming May 28th to June 1. You can buy your tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets to secure your playoff seats.
And we also have some giveaways. You can show your support for your favorite teams by finding the post in our official social media pages of MPL Philippines, and then you have to comment why you're excited for the upcoming playoffs.
So all you gotta do is you tag 3 friends in the comment, then share the post. The best entry has a chance of winning an in-game code. Entries will be accepted until May 5, which is 3 days from now. So comment away. Remember, after MPL Philippines season week 8, we will be having a long 3-week break before we come back for the playoffs.
You have 72 hours to do the above stated challenge, and we'll remind you maybe 2 more nights moving forward. But again, that's for you. All right, be part of the playoffs. Join us. Just like Twisted Minds, this is official news that because of Omega's loss at the hands of AP Bren, Twisted Minds have secured a playoff spot.
Yeah, but this isn't the last we'll be seeing of both AP Bren and Omega. They'll still have games tomorrow and on Sunday. Tomorrow for AP Bren.
A match apiece.
Omega, yeah.
And their last opponents are AP Bren will face off against Falcons. Omega will face off against Onyx. So yeah, they still have their matches. Twisted Minds' last match is going to be up against Onyx.
Yeah. Onyx goes up against Omega in Twisted Minds to close out or to wrap out the regular season.
So the bottom half of the standings are quite settled. It's just that scramble up top.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3. We don't know which of these 3 teams are going to have the 2 comfy seats, which are about 2 best-of-5s away from bagging a ticket to MSC.
Yeah.
Falcons are set already for the 4th spot. TNC in 5 with 5. That became a prophetic statement in a level I did not expect it to. While TLPH, Aurora, and Onyx, they're the ones fighting out for that last slot. TLPH and Aurora have to take each other down. Onyx, dare I say, is taking the easier route to potentially the top 2 spots because they face off against the bottom 3 teams in the league.
And they just got to win.
Just
another day in the office for the world champions and defending champions of MPL Philippines. Now, let's talk about Fasik Laban. These are the fan bases playing here in the arena using Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. And you can see that the Minds, the Bees of Barangay, they're on top of the charts. All the while, it's basically topsy-turvy. It's a flip of what the standings look like for the pro teams.
Yeah, it's almost always the other way around whenever we see the Fansik Laban standings. But if ever you do want to catch up and still get to participate in our Fansik Laban, you still have 2 days to catch us here at Green Sun Makati. And you just have to be here ahead of time, like before your matches actually start.
Yeah.
So you get to join the games that happen right outside the MPL arena. Sometimes we also have some casters cast the matches for you.
You know, interesting thing about the Minds, that I've learned recently is that they are really a strong blend of former Blacklist and former RSG fans.
Oh!
Like, who just became besties, got together, like, oh no, we're both not in the league anymore. Hey, let's support this team. There's a Demon Kite and then, of course, a Blacklist link up there, so it's pretty cool.
That's why we see someone with an RSG jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, but but I mean, the Raiders in general, they're everywhere right now, so.
In loss, there is rebirth. ladies and gentlemen, we are close to the end of this broadcast. Thank you so much for spending your Friday night with us. It's been amazing. What was that? A very fast first series, a sweep, and then wow, a best of three we did not expect to enjoy this much.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on what transpired on this broadcast?
It's a proud mom moment. Because the NDL graduates eventually get to be interviewed on stage and secure a win before eventually bowing out of this season.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I was scared of what could have happened in that Game 3, but the Game 3 was an absolute banger of AP Bren and Omega. I really liked that. Was as you mentioned to us off broadcast, an emotional roller coaster of an ending.
Whoa! From Game 1 to Game 2 to Game 3, you could just describe it all in just a singular. That is literally what we all experienced. But we hope you enjoyed because it was good for us. I hope it was great for you. Thank you so much for joining us, or as they say, arigato gozaimashita, on behalf of Renmar-chan, Brigida-chan, and I'm just Leo. Thank y'all so much. We'll throw it over to the desk at the stage for tonight.
And that finally ends day number 1 of week 8. Kayo ba dyan? Sa ating mga tahanan, nakuha nyo ba yung mga spin na gusto nyo? Ikaw ba, Odin?
Well, ako hindi pa, pero sa tuwing tumitingin ako dito sa stage, kahit sa ang sulok ng MPL Arena ay merong nagsispin para makuha ang kanilang skin. Sana nakuha nyo yung mga gusto nyo skin ngayon.
Alam mo, meron ding gusto ang ating mga teams naman dito sa MPL Philippines because the upper bracket slots are still up for grabs para sa ating mga dalawang teams. Team Liquid Philippines is very close in being able to obtain that after their dominating games kontra sa TNC Pro Team. Nakita rin natin yung Kakashi na ginamit ni Carl TZ kanina with a Hayabusa. Hopefully may makita pa tayong iba.
Well, ganyan ka-intense ang Season 15 na tipong halos dumating na tayo sa dulo ng regular season pero hindi pa rin natin sigurado ang lahat.
Alam mo, yung second match nga ang isa sa mga nagpa-antig lalo na sa mga naging laro ng Hive as AP Bren got the victory against Smart Omega 2-1. And with that being said, it is now gonna be Twisted Minds na aabante para sa final playoff spot at magiging kompleto na ang ating mga playoff teams.
Dahil nga kumpleto na ang ating mga teams, bukas hihintayin na lamang natin kung ano nga ba ang magiging takbo na karera ng ating mga teams patungo sa upper bracket.
It is gonna be the final lap that is up for grabs. Makikita natin ulit ang epic rivals, TLPH versus Aurora, happening tomorrow. At malalaman natin kung sino ba ang aangat para sa upper bracket spots. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
Na nagpapaalala sa inyong lahat na walang makakatumbas sa lakas ng Pinas.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the Southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour.